Chapter 1872. The sword radiance tore a crack in the sky and went straight for Yi Shiwen's head. Boom! A thunderous roar was heard. The terrifying sword radiance was caught by a giant demonic hand. This demonized big hand was directly pierced by this terrifying sword light, but it stopped 3 inches in front of Yi Shiwen's forehead. Who is it? Jun Dingtian's face turned cold as he looked into the void. In the void, a monstrous demonic aura gushed out and swept in all directions. It was extremely terrifying. Vaguely, a figure could be seen standing in the midst of this monstrous demonic aura. What kind of demon is this? How dare you be so insolent in front of me? Jun Dingtian was disdainful. He immediately raised his sword and went straight to the sky. He did not continue to chase after Yi Shiwen. Instead, he wanted to get rid of the figure in the demonic aura first. Clang! A huge explosion sounded. The sword radiance was blocked. Endless demonic aura devoured everything, including the sword radiance. In the void, there was a huge wheel that was spinning faintly in the void, blocking everything, all the surprise attacks, playing tricks. Jun Dingtian snorted coldly and began to get serious. He took a step forward and the sword radiance flowed out like mercury. It swept everything and directly broke into the mass of demonic aura. Boom! There was a shocking explosion. A huge mushroom cloud slowly rose from the ground. The endless demonic aura was blown away. At this time, everyone could finally see clearly that there was a woman in the center of the demonic aura. She was dressed in a palace dress, and her face was as cold as frost. Some people recognized her on the spot. Isn't this Princess Tianqing of the Country of Darkness? How is this possible? That's Princess Tianqing. How can she be so powerful? Everyone shuddered. They could all feel that the aura of Princess Tianqing was extremely strong. It was even more tyrannical than some of the experts at the peak of the profound life realm that they had seen. How was this possible? Many of them had seen Princess Tianqing before. However, none of them could see that she had hidden such a deep level of strength. It was incredible. With such strength, even among the younger generation of the entire Xian world, he was an outstanding figure. How could they not have seen such a figure before? Too strong, this kind of strength is even stronger than Zhanming. Someone couldn't help but murmur. It was especially so for the princes of the Dark Nation. At this moment, their faces suddenly turned pale. If they could still compete with each other before, then after Princess Tianqing successfully stepped into the peak profound life realm, the gap in strength between them had become so huge that there was almost no suspense for the throne of the Dark Nation. Even without the divine weapon, the throne would not be able to escape Princess Tianqing's grasp. At this time, their faces were filled with incomparable unwillingness. They had been fighting against each other for so many years, but in the end, Princess Tianqing had taken advantage of them. Countless years of hard work had actually become a wedding dress for someone else. This kind of feeling made them want to die. That's impossible. Hasn't her strength always been at the king rank? Everyone was in disbelief. Among them, Yi Shiwen was the most incredulous, because when everyone thought that she had hidden her strength, only Yi Shiwen knew that she had not hidden her strength, because she had even stepped into the profound life realm not long ago. She had seen it with her own eyes not long ago. It was not like others thought that she had hidden her strength. Up until now, she had only just stepped into the profound life stage. Just what kind of fortuitous encounter did she have during the period of time that he had been gone? She had actually managed to leap 3 levels in cultivation, allowing her to step into the peak of the profound life stage in one go. This was simply inconceivable. He looked carefully. At this moment, Princess Tianqing's face was ashen, as if she was enduring some kind of powerful pressure. It was very likely that she had received some kind of power transfer. Only in this way could she possibly step into the peak profound life realm in one fell swoop, Even now, she had not digested all the power in her body, which caused the demonic aura to fill the sky. But even so, Princess Tianqing had already stepped into the peak profound life realm in such a short period of time. It was shocking enough. No wonder she was so confident that she could ascend to the throne without relying on the divine weapon. With her strength in the peak profound life realm, she indeed did not need to rely on the divine weapon to be able to dominate the country of darkness. June Dingtian could immediately tell that Princess Tianqing had received some kind of inheritance, but it was obvious that she had not digested all the power. Otherwise, she would not be in such a state. But to him, it made no difference. The 3,000 sword principles were instantly launched again, turning into countless sword lights. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, they directly went towards Princess Tianqing. No matter what kind of inheritance she had inherited, since she dared to stand in his way, there was only one outcome for her: death. Facing the meteor-like sword lights, Princess Tianqing's face was cold. She directly punched out, and the fist intent in the void turned into a huge 6 paths of reincarnation. The huge 6 paths of reincarnation emitted a terrifying light and clashed with the sword intent in the sky. Tit for tat, Princess Tianqing had no intention of retreating. Boom! 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 The battle between the two was like brilliant fireworks in the void, constantly tearing the sky apart and falling into the chaos. The 6 paths of reincarnation were constantly being torn apart by the sword lights, but they were constantly being repaired by her. Princess Tianqing kept retreating under June Dingtian's strong attack. Obviously, even at this time, the inheritance she had obtained from an unknown place was not as domineering as June Dingtian's 3,000 sword principles. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist is indeed amazing. Back then, the Azura Demon King relied on it to dominate the world. But it's a pity that your skills are far from perfect, just like the Heavenly Emperor Divine Fist. June Dingtian praised the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, but he was dismissive of Princess Tianqing. At the side, Qin Lai's face showed a mixture of shame and anger. His defeat was equivalent to losing the face of 2 great emperors, and he could not forgive himself, even if the opponent was a reincarnation of a god, such a heaven-defying monster. You'll know whether I've reached home or not if you try. Princess Tianqing did not have the slightest bit of cowardice in the situation where she was constantly at a disadvantage. She kept blasting out the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Her body constantly spewed out the purest devil chi, constantly supporting her body. Originally, a cultivation method like the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was very strenuous even for her. But now it was as if it was free. She kept blasting it out. Boom! 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 As time went by, even June Dingtian's face showed signs of anxiety and impatience. Although he kept beating Princess Tianqing, her skills were too strong, and he could not hurt her for a while. It should be said that it was difficult to hurt her before her skills were exhausted. Although he was confident that he would be the final winner, he did not have that much time. When the experts of the major forces arrived, he would definitely be the one being hunted down. After all, there was the profound death realm above the profound life realm. But at this time, Princess Tianqing was not having a good time either. She was forcibly digesting the monstrous skills, and at this time, she still had to fight with June Dingtian. It was killing her. Had it not been for the fact that she had been preparing for this moment all these years, she would have already collapsed. However, she still gritted her teeth and held on. She glanced at Yi Shiwen, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. At this time, she could only count on Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen didn't abandon her and leave alone in the past. First, there was Yi Shiwen, and then there was Princess Tianqing. There are so many geniuses in this world, but it is precisely because of this that we have hope. Although the 3,000 sword principles is powerful, Jun Ding Tian can't keep using it. No one can bear such amazing combat power at this time. There must be some time limit. If this continues, we may still have hope. Someone said, and it immediately resonated with everyone. Thinking about it, it was really possible, but they did not think in this direction at all. Yi Shiwen and Princess Tianqing might have persisted for so long. But if it were them, they might not even be able to withstand a single move, and would have been completely killed. At this time, everyone's eyes turned to Yi Shiwen, who was sitting on the ground with his legs crossed. At this time, would he have enough time to recover? Everyone knew that he was injured just now, and his life was hanging by a thread. In such a short period of time, to what extent could he recover was still a problem. At this time, Yi Shiwen, who was expected by everyone, was constantly adjusting his breath. The breath on his body fluctuated between strong and weak, as if he was constantly transforming, but also as if he would stop breathing at any time. Everyone was afraid that he would not be able to hold on and stop breathing. The faint cry of a phoenix could be heard coming from his body. He didn't look well on the surface. However, he was actually full of vitality inside. Everyone had thought that he had gone crazy, but he had been constantly comprehending the Tao principles. Everyone had underestimated his phoenix regeneration technique. Princess Tianqing had bought enough time for him, although his breath seemed unstable on the surface. In fact, he had already recovered to 70% to 80%. What really troubled him was how to become more powerful. Recovering to 70% to 80% was meaningless, and he was still not a match for Jun Ding Tian. He had already fallen into deep thought. Chapter 1873. When he was fighting with Jun Ding Tian, he attacked crazily, forcing Jun Ding Tian to use all his strength. Although he was seriously injured, it was not without results. On the contrary, he saw a lot of things and deduced a lot of things from the fight between the two of them. Countless possibilities flashed in his mind, and he eliminated the wrong ones one by one. At the same time, his divine thoughts did not let go of the two people fighting in the void. He continued to observe and confirm his previous guess. After a long time, he finally came to a conclusion. Sure enough, as he had guessed, the reason why Jun Ding Tian was so powerful was not because his strength was much stronger than Yi Shiwen, but because he integrated the extra strength into his swordsmanship. It could even be said that his 3,000 swordsmanship were all peerless swordsmen. His strength was usually scattered among the 3,000 swordsmanship, and when it was concentrated at a critical moment, it was the guarantee of monstrous strength. This was a direction that he had never thought about, but Jun Ding Tian had opened a new door for him. He dispersed his strength into martial arts and formed something like an external incarnation, which was very powerful. Once used, all these martial arts incarnations could be concentrated, and their strength would skyrocket countless times in an instant, enough to crush any enemy. This was originally just his guess, but after a period of time, he finally confirmed his guess. At this time, Yi Mo was not here, so there was no way to ask the experienced old devil. However, he was confident that he was close to the truth, and that was about it. Although this was what he said, it was extremely difficult to actually do it. Even before Jun Ding Tian, he had never heard of it, let alone doing it. He deduced it himself, and it was very difficult to actually complete it, but it gave him a new direction to move forward. Once he mastered it, he would be able to be like Jun Ding Tian, dominating the same realm. Yi Shiwen named this method as martial arts doppelganger. Although the time was still short, and he had no way to condense a martial arts doppelganger, but just by comprehending this, he felt that his realm had advanced by leaps and bounds. Some of the things that he didn't understand before had instantly become clear thanks to this breakthrough. In other words, in this short time, he felt that his strength had increased to another level. Although it was still not comparable to Jun Ding Tian, who used 3,000 swordsmanship, it was already monstrous and abnormal. After deducing the cause and effect, Yi Shiwen also knew the advantages and disadvantages of martial arts incarnation like the back of his hand. Although the martial arts doppelganger was extremely tyrannical, and once used it was invincible, but it also had a huge flaw, and that was that it could not be used for a long time, because to use so many martial arts at the same time, it required a huge amount of power to support it. Jun Dingtian could not fight like this forever, and as long as he could drag the time, he was confident that he could defeat Jun Dingtian. After all, although Jun Dingtian was tyrannical before, it was still within the scope of Yi Shiwen's ability to deal with. What was really tyrannical was when he used martial arts incarnation, which instantly increased his strength by several times. It was terrifying. It was a secret technique that could make a person who was already at the peak of the profound life realm increase his strength by several times in one go. Such a secret technique was rare in the world. It was a bit similar to the Heavenly Emperor Divine Fist, but the Heavenly Emperor Divine Fist was more brilliant, and it secretly catered to the way of heaven and earth. Just using the Heavenly Emperor Divine Fist alone had great power, and could increase one's strength by several times in one go. After having a direction, he suddenly felt that Jun Dingtian was not so scary. All cowardice came from ignorance, and once he knew, there was nothing to be afraid of. After sorting out these things, Yi Shiwen felt that there was only light in front of him, and his state of mind had improved by leaps and bounds. It was a kind of relief and carefree feeling after defeating a strong enemy. Just when everyone's eyes were focused on Princess Tianqing and Jun Dingtian, they heard a shrill, piercing sound, and the void was torn in half on the spot. Then a huge axe came out of it, raised high, and directly chopped down towards Yi Shiwen. Everything happened too fast, and by the time everyone realized it, the axe was already not far from Yi Shiwen's forehead. No one could react to the sudden change, and they did not expect that someone would attack Yi Shiwen at this time. "Zhan Ming, it's Zhan Ming." Qin Lai immediately reacted. He was all too familiar with that axe. In fact, in the Xian World battlefield, he and Zhan Ming had fought more than once, and he was also very familiar with his heaven-splitting axe. In all fairness, Zhan Ming was indeed a very strong opponent. Even now, when he heard that he and Chu Yun had joined forces, but still lost to Yi Shiwen, he did not change his opinion. But at this time he never expected that the one who suddenly attacked was Zhan Ming, who he thought had escaped. "Ha ha ha! This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Yi Shiwen. Even the heavens want to destroy you and cut off your luck." An extremely arrogant roar came from behind the crack, and it was Zhan Ming himself. Just when everyone thought that he had escaped, no one expected him to come back, and he came back quietly. He had been lurking at the side, waiting for such an opportunity. He had already shed all pretense of cordiality with Yi Shiwen, and how could he not understand the principle of cutting weeds at the roots? He was also very clear that if there was a chance next time, Yi Shiwen would definitely kill him with his own hands, without the slightest bit of mercy. He could already feel the terrifying threat of Yi Shiwen, so he only had one choice, and that was to take the initiative to gain the upper hand. Only by killing Yi Shiwen first could he avoid the fate of being killed. Originally, he just wanted to see what kind of opportunity there was, but who would have thought that there would always be a way out? Just when he was about to leave, who knew that Yi Shiwen would actually fight with Jun Dingtian, and most importantly, he was seriously injured by Jun Dingtian. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eradicate this big trouble in one fell swoop. Suddenly, just when everyone thought that Yi Shiwen was doomed, Yi Shiwen suddenly opened his eyes, and an amazing divine light shot out from his eyes and hit the axe directly. In an instant, the axe was blasted away and then continuously danced in the sky and finally directly hit the roof of the main hall and directly inserted into the group. And near the crack, everyone could see a pair of big bloody hands trembling. In an instant, Zhan Ming felt that the force of 1,000 pounds had hit his hands and directly ruptured the web between his thumb and index finger, making him unable to hold it, and the axe directly flew out. How is this possible? Behind the crack, Zhan Ming still couldn't believe it at all. So scary, Yi Shiwen was even more terrifying than he had imagined, and 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying. Isn't he already injured? How can he still be so strong? Could it be that he wasn't injured at all and was purely trying to confuse me so that I would attack? At this time, Zhang Ming's mind was a bit chaotic and he couldn't believe it. Countless conspiracy possibilities flashed in his mind in an instant, and this was the only way to explain everything in front of him. In his lifetime, he would never know how terrifying Yi Shiwen's recovery ability was. When Zhang Ming fought with him, he didn't really force Yi Shiwen to use his true strength, let alone know about his recovery ability, because it was simply not to that extent. However, no matter how many thoughts flashed in his mind, his reaction was not slow. When he knew that his killing move had failed, he almost didn't stop and directly turned around to escape on the spot, almost without any hesitation. Where do you think you're going? How could Yi Shiwen allow Zhang Ming to escape at this time? He shouted in a cold voice, and a big hand directly grabbed towards the void. The void instantly collapsed and revealed Zhang Ming, who was in the subspace. So, Zhang Ming simply couldn't escape. His big hand was like a huge prison, and it fell across the sky. This was one of the moves of his sky-severing finger, imprisoning the heavens. At this time, he used it in the form of a palm technique, and its power was a notch higher. For the current Yi Shiwen, he had already mastered all kinds of martial arts. In addition, when he had experienced the Ghost Heart Fire Great Array and the martial arts doppelganger, he had made a huge breakthrough in his realm. This had greatly improved his understanding of these martial arts. He had directly disregarded the situation and digested the essence. Zhang Ming only felt that the surrounding space was instantly sealed, as if even the sky could be imprisoned, let alone a mere mortal like him. Bang! He was directly grabbed by Yi Shiwen on the spot, and he constantly struggled, trying to break free from Yi Shiwen's grasp. His body continuously burst forth with astonishing axe radiance, and waves of axe radiance swept out from his body, forming a violent storm, destroying everything in its path. Yi Shiwen only sneered. If it was in the past, perhaps this move of Zhang Ming's might have some effect on him, but now he had a completely new understanding of martial arts. Although he had not broken through to the profound death realm, his combat power had greatly increased compared to before. At this time, in his eyes, Zhang Ming was just like a clown and could not create any waves at all. Boom! After struggling to break free, Zhang Ming despaired, and a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. He actually wanted to self-destruct and perish together with Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen did not give him this opportunity. If an expert at the peak of the profound life realm self-destructed, even he would be affected. Therefore, he simply took the initiative and crushed Zhang Ming first. Chapter 1874. Everything had happened too fast. From Zhang Ming's sudden attack to Yi Shiwen's counterattack, it had happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone hadn't recovered from the shock of Zhang Ming's sudden attack, but they had already seen Yi Shiwen crush him. Seeing the scene, everyone could not help but take a deep breath. They could not help but feel a chill down their spine. This was too unreal. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that the person who was crushed in an instant was actually Zhang Ming. Yi Shiwen's fighting prowess had already reached such a high level? With Zhang Ming's strength, it was enough to sweep away an ordinary expert at the initial mastery of the profound life realm. He had even faintly touched the profound death realm. However, he could not even last one move against Yi Shiwen. They were in the same realm, but the gap in strength was actually so big. Was this still the profound life realm? Even an expert at the profound death realm could not be compared to this. Although Yi Shiwen's current strength could not be compared to the profound death realm, in the eyes of the crowd, there was no difference between him and the profound death realm. They were both killed in one move. There was not much difference. Yi Shiwen was already so terrifying. How strong was Jun Dingtian, who had used the 3,000 sword principles? Originally, the crowd did not seem to have a clear understanding. Now, it seemed that Jun Dingtian, who had reached such a level, was no longer a match. Have they actually become so strong Qin Lai looked at the few people with a somewhat complicated gaze. He originally thought that he was strong enough, but now it seemed that he was still far from it. Looks like it's time to make a trip back to the Heaven Realm. Yi Shiwen is already so strong, I can't fall behind. Sooner or later, I will return, and we will have a chance to fight again. Qin Lai looked at Yi Shiwen and the others with incomparable determination. Thinking of this, his mood suddenly became a lot more relaxed. Yi Shiwen slowly stood up. Since he had already made his move, there was no need to continue waiting. He had already determined that Jun Dingtian would not be able to last long with the 3,000 sword principles. He wanted to see how long Jun Dingtian's 3,000 sword principles could last. Boom! The aura on his body swept out in circles and instantly swept out, forming a huge storm. He also attacked without holding anything back. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen's figure disappeared in an instant. He left several light spots in the void and disappeared. Jun Dingtian immediately became vigilant. Yi Shiwen was not like those ordinary experts at the peak of the profound life realm. Whether he admitted it or not, he had to take such a tenacious opponent seriously. But at this time he was being entangled by Princess Tianqing. Although the demonic aura on her body had been greatly depleted and she had become much more stable, it couldn't be said that her attacks were completely powerless. Even with the 3,000 sword Daos, he could still feel the pressure from her 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Jun Dingtian, I've seen through you. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind him, followed by a loud and piercing sound. A long sword swept over and was about to behead him. His movements were smooth and extremely fast. Many people didn't even have time to react. Whoosh! 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 The 3,000 sword Daos in Jun Dingtian's body were instantly resurrected and automatically protected him. Yi Shiwen's long sword slashed directly on the sword Daos, but it couldn't go any further. At this moment, Jun Dingtian's attack was like a tidal wave, rushing towards Yi Shiwen. It was extremely sharp and fast. His swordsmanship was manifested, condensing into countless sword lights in the void, like meteors falling to the ground, directly blasting towards Yi Shiwen. Dang, dang, dang! Yi Shiwen retreated continuously, constantly stepping on light spots. His figure was constantly flickering, avoiding the sharp attacks. See through me? You're just a mortal. Jun Dingtian sneered, not taking Yi Shiwen's words seriously. Although Yi Shiwen was difficult to deal with, he was just an ant that was difficult to deal with. He could be trampled to death. I'm just a mortal. Yi Shiwen laughed out loud, and the tempest wings behind him spread open again, directly fanning a huge whirlwind, and his figure directly disappeared in this endless tempest and thunderstorm. Don't forget, you're just a mortal now. Yi Shiwen's figure appeared behind him again, directly striking a wave of attacks like quicksilver, directly blocked by Jun Dingtian. Even in the face of Yi Shiwen and Princess Tianqing's sudden attack, he was still able to firmly defend his territory. In fact, not even a drop of water could enter his territory. In fact, martial arts had become an art in his hands. His sword heart had already reached the divine level. Humph! Jun Dingtian snorted coldly. Countless rays of sword radiance rose around him like a tsunami, sweeping in all directions, tearing apart the space nearby. This move covered a large area, no matter where Yi Shiwen hid. Even if he hid in the subspace, it would be useless. Sure enough, Yi Shiwen was forced to show his figure, a little embarrassed. But he didn't look the slightest bit depressed. On the contrary, he laughed loudly. I've seen through your 3,000 sword Daos, Yi Shiwen said. With such a huge consumption, you must be at your limit. Let's see how long you can hold on. Jun Dingtian was shocked. He didn't expect Yi Shiwen to see through it. His 3,000 swords doctrine was so powerful that it had boosted his martial power by several times. However, such a powerful technique was not without its shortcomings. The shortcoming was that it consumed too much energy. Even a reincarnated deity like him, who had an incomparably powerful physique, refining technique, couldn't support the consumption of his martial power for too long. This could be considered a weakness, and a very big one at that. It was just that he had long forgotten about it after his reincarnation. That was because all the opponents he had encountered since his reincarnation, no matter what kind of geniuses the outside world evaluated them to be, they were all fleeting clouds in front of him. Once he used the 3,000 sword principles, those geniuses were all slaughtered as if they were melons and vegetables. There had never been anyone who could force him to this extent. Even Yi Shiwen was no exception. If it wasn't for Princess Tianqing, even he would have died on the spot. Now, this wasn't a weakness, but Yi Shiwen had suddenly grasped it. Unlike the others who were just guessing, he was keenly aware of the weakness of his 3,000 sword das. At this time, it was likely to develop into a fatal flaw. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Could it be that he was going to lose for the first time in history? Let's see if you can hold on until then. Jun Dingtian shouted coldly and took the initiative to attack. His figure directly pulled out a sky full of afterimages, tearing the sound barrier and bursting out with a very sharp, piercing sound. He arrived in front of Yi Shiwen in an instant. This wasn't a spatial shuttle. Instead, he had achieved this by relying on his speed. His agility technique was tyrannical, and his martial power was incomparably high. At this time, it was completely reflected. He spread out his big hand, and an incomparably huge long sword condensed in the void. It rotated unceasingly and issued a crisp and melodious metallic clanging sound. Then, it directly pierced towards Yi Shiwen's head. Dang! At this critical moment, Yi Shiwen's wind and thunder wings directly protected his whole body. His whole body was also hit by a huge force, directly smashing into the ground. Puff! He directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Although his strength had increased a lot, there wasn't much of a difference when facing Jun Dingtian, whose strength had increased by several times. Jun Dingtian immediately grabbed the sword and threw it at Yi Shiwen with all his might. Swoosh! The long sword was fast and urgent, cutting through the vast sky. Everywhere it passed, everything collapsed, and heaven and earth ceased to exist. It seemed like it was going to nail Yi Shiwen to the ground on the spot. Princess Tianqing looked on from the side, suppressing the boiling demonic energy in her body, and attacked again. She blasted out a punch, and the fist intent turned into an incomparably huge will, directly crushing towards Jun Dingtian. Heaven Dao, Human Dao, Azura Dao, Animal Dao, Hungry Ghost Dao, Hell Dao. 6 paths of reincarnation. Each path had the power to destroy heaven and earth and purify all living beings. It was extremely terrifying. Jun Dingtian didn't dare to take it lightly, and directly blasted back with his sword. At this time, when the sword was about to hit Yi Shiwen, he managed to dodge it at the critical moment. He managed to avoid getting hit in his vital parts, but even so, half of his body was still blasted into smithereens. He almost died. The battle had reached the most intense stage, and both sides were engaged in a life and death battle. No one dared to hold back. Even Jun Dingtian, who had the upper hand, was no exception. Suddenly, just when everyone thought that Jun Dingtian would continue to attack, Jun Dingtian, who was originally full of momentum, suddenly trembled slightly. The 3,000 sword principles that had swept out in the sky were like the ebbing tide of the sea, pouring into his body. His aura instantly fell completely. Although it was still very powerful, it was no longer the same as before. Everyone immediately reacted. Could it be, as Yi Shiwen said, that Jun Dingtian's 3,000 sword principles had really reached the peak? Cough, cough! Yi Shiwen kept coughing out blood and kept running the Phoenix regeneration technique to repair the half of his body that had been smashed. A victorious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, the biggest weakness of the 3,000 sword principles was time. This wasn't really a weakness, but it still allowed him to persist until now. Chapter 1875. Jun Dingtian's body froze in midair. His 3,000 swords principles secret technique had finally reached its end, and he had exhausted all of his accumulated power. At this moment, his combat power could be said to have fallen to the bottom. Although it was not that he had no combat power left, in fact, he was even stronger than Princess Tianqing. However, it was quite impossible for him to kill both of them. He did not expect that things would end up like this. It could be said that accidents happened frequently. At this time, he still looked at the flag that was filled with demonic qi, unwilling to give up. However, he was also very clear that Princess Tianqing would not give him the chance to do so. The half of Yi Shiwen's body that had been smashed was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seemed that it would not take long for him to return to his peak. When that time came, even he did not have the confidence to fight two against one. However, if he were to give up like this, not only would he not get the flag, but he would also not be able to kill Yi Shiwen. How could he be willing to give up like this? At this moment, Jun Dingtian was in a dilemma. He couldn't move forward, but he couldn't retreat either. However, his dilemma only lasted for a few breaths of time. After all, he was a man of great talent and bold vision. He knew when to make a decision. If he did not make a prompt decision, it was very likely that he would lose his life here. Just like how he had to kill Yi Shiwen to prevent future troubles, Yi Shiwen would not let him go. If there was a chance, he would suddenly kill him and kill him. The situation of mutual appreciation did not occur between the two of them. They only fought each other with blood. There was no personal grudge, only survival and only Tao. These two reasons were enough. He didn't expect that he would be forced to this point. More importantly, he had revealed that he was the reincarnation of God. This news would quickly spread from the mouths of the survivors to the ears of those who were interested. If he wanted to be free and unfettered in the future, it wouldn't be so easy. When that time came, there would be a lot of people who would come to find trouble with him. However, it was useless to think about this at this time. It was not that he did not have a trump card. As the reincarnation of a god, his strength was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even the endless resources he had were far from what people thought. Swoosh! His entire figure directly turned into a stream of light, tearing the sky apart and directly disappeared in the air. Boom! At this moment, the crowd suddenly became excited. Everyone's emotions were like riding a roller coaster, up and down, up and down, up and down. They originally thought that they were doomed, but they did not expect that there would be a day where they could escape from Jun Dingtian. It was simply incredible. Everyone had already listed Jun Dingtian as one of the people that they could not afford to offend. Most of the people present were experts at the profound life realm. Even they felt the same way. One could imagine how much shock Jun Dingtian had given them this time. It was far beyond their imagination. Everyone finally understood. Through the battle between Yi Shiwen and the battle, Jun Realm, Jun Dingtian and God, Jun Sky, Dingtian Jun Yi Jun's Jun and Dingtian Jun Jun. In peak, they peak thousand realm. Jun the God, Jun and the old Jun he realm, Jun God the realm. In any case, it was true that she was at the peak of the profound life realm at such a young age. It was not easy for Yi Shiwen to finally recover to his peak state. However, today's battle with Jun Dingtian had damaged his vitality. He was crippled twice, and the impact was not that simple to forget. However, the harvest from this battle was also quite rich for him. In particular, it pointed out a new path for him, which suddenly broadened his future. In general, the harvest was still greater than the loss, and by a lot. After he recovered to his peak, he immediately grabbed the flag that was full of devil chi with one hand. At this time, the princes of the Dark Country had a somewhat painful expression on their faces. This flag was the national treasure of their Dark Country. Yi Shiwen, this is the national treasure of our Dark Country. It's called the Demon Summoning Flag. According to the hints left by our ancestors, this demon summoning flag should be a divine tool left by the Dark Lord. However, it was damaged in that battle. If it is properly refined, it will still have a lot of power. At this time, Princess Tianqing's voice came into Yi Shiwen's ears. Princess Tianqing's voice was a bit depressed, as if she was suppressing some kind of extreme pain. The tacit understanding that gushed out of her body was endless, and there was still no way to completely digest it. The name Demon Summoning Banner didn't sound extraordinary, but it was refined by the Lord of Darkness as a natal magic tool. Most importantly, compared to the severely damaged Tianyuan mirror, the damage it suffered was much lighter, and it was easier to refine it again. Boom! As soon as Yi Shiwen's big hand patted the flag, the demon summoning flag suddenly erupted with a shocking demon energy. The demon energy was like the sharpest weapon, directly cutting the sky and directly shattering Yi Shiwen's big hand. The power was quite amazing, and it could be seen how powerful the demon summoning flag was in its best state. However, it was already damaged at this time, not to mention that it didn't have a master to control it. Although it wanted to escape, how could it escape from Yi Shiwen's grasp? Shwa! Yi Shiwen's body directly brushed out a bloody light, and the demon summoning flag immediately surrendered as if it had encountered a monarch. Yi Shiwen finally breathed a sigh of relief. If this demon summoning flag continued to resist stubbornly, then it wouldn't be easy for him to subdue it, not to mention that there were so many people in the surroundings who were eyeing it covetously. Finally, by relying on the coercion of Tianyuan Mirror, the demon summoning flag was finally suppressed. Although the demon summoning flag was extraordinary, it couldn't be compared with Tianyuan Mirror, the former demon monarch's divine tool. After subduing the demon summoning flag, Yi Shiwen immediately bid farewell to Qin Lai and the others, and then headed towards the direction of the ghost heart fire array with Princess Tianqing. He was still quite worried at this time, and he didn't know which step Yi Mo had progressed to. Although the ancient god scripture was helping to suppress the demon summoning flag, the spiritual wisdom wouldn't be easy to deal with. Otherwise, Yi Mo wouldn't have been forced to such a state. Everyone saw Yi Shiwen leaving, but they didn't dare to stop him. What a joke! These two were peerless killing gods, and they couldn't afford to provoke them. After discussing for a while, everyone suddenly dispersed, and took advantage of this time to quickly search for the treasures in the other treasure vaults. Although the majority of the treasures had been taken by Yi Shiwen, there were still other treasures. In short, they couldn't make this trip in vain. Yi Shiwen and Princess Tianqing quickly arrived at the edge of the ghost heart fire ray. At this time, the physical body of the Lord of Darkness, which was still in the center, was constantly emitting waves of astonishing aura, and was completely suppressed by the ghost heart fire array. However, Yi Shiwen heaved a sigh of relief. He could see that Yi Mo had gained the upper hand. The combination of the demonic aura and the golden light had completely suppressed the deathly aura. More than half of the physical body of the Lord of Darkness had been conquered. In this case, it was only a matter of time before Yi Mo completely conquered the physical body of the Lord of Darkness. Yi Shiwen, you're back? You've actually become a little stronger? Yi Mo's voice came out. At this time, he had already firmly gained the upper hand, so he still had spare energy to pay attention to Yi Shiwen's matters. However, when he looked at Yi Shiwen, he was immediately surprised. How long had it been? Compared to just now, Yi Shiwen's strength had actually increased by a lot. It was obvious that he had comprehended something. Even though he had been accustomed to Yi Shiwen's valiant cultivation speed, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But then, something even more surprising happened. He saw Princess Tianqing standing next to Yi Shiwen. The machi on her body traversed the vast sky. She looked like a group of devil shadows from afar, and was very conspicuous. How did this little girl do it? Is she crazy? How can she casually accept such an inheritance? Yi Mo said in surprise. He was an old monster who had cultivated for many years, and his vision was very sharp. He could almost see through Princess Tianqing's cultivation at a glance. Although Yi Shiwen had already guessed it, This was the first time he had confirmed it. This was a tacit understanding between him and Princess Tianqing. If he didn't ask, Princess Tianqing wouldn't say. Everyone had their own secrets. He didn't have to know, and he also didn't have to ask. "Senior, you really have good eyesight." Princess Tianqing's delicate face revealed a somewhat painful expression. Forcibly accepting the inheritance like this had made her cultivation soar. But at the same time, she had to bear a very big risk. If she couldn't digest this power in time, then this power would become a time bomb that could explode in her body at any time. However, she had no other choice. Yi Shiwen immediately told Yi Mo about his encounter with Jun Dingtian. Yi Mo went silent for a moment, and then he said, "I didn't want to interfere in the affairs of others, but since you've saved this kid once, then I'll lend you a hand. I have a technique here that can allow you to swiftly digest this energy. But it's also slightly risky, so it's up to you to make your choice." Chapter 1876. Yi Mo's tone was relaxed, but there was also a bit of indifference in it. Yes, for him, apart from the matters related to Yi Shiwen, there was no relationship between him and Yi Shiwen. In fact, it wasn't even qualified to attract his attention. Princess Tianqing's face revealed a pained expression. The terrifying demonic aura was churning in her muscles, tearing them apart. It seemed as if her body was in danger of collapsing at any moment. She had no other choice. Choosing to accept this inheritance at this time was already a risky move. She wouldn't have taken such a risk if she hadn't been ambitious. She bit her lower lip. Not everyone was born extraordinary, as there would always be people in the world who were more monstrous than you. Not everyone was as lucky as Yi Shiwen. Even if Yi Shiwen had obtained the mysterious space, it was hard to tell how many times he had struggled to get to where he was today. How could he have reached his current status without a bit of ruthlessness? Moreover, Princess Tianqing was a very ambitious person. She was willing to risk it all. She had already done it once, so why not do it again? "Please enlighten me, Senior." Princess Tianqing cupped her hands and said. She could tell from Yi Shiwen's attitude that this unknown spirit body wasn't an ordinary person either. She knew very well what kind of person Yi Shiwen was. On the surface, he seemed gentle and amiable, but in reality, he was a lawless person. Didn't he see how the people of the Divine Union killed without batting an eyelid? The people of the Divine Union had become more and more arrogant in recent years. Even the other great sects wouldn't dare provoke them if it wasn't necessary. It wasn't that they couldn't afford to provoke them, but it wasn't worth it. Other people simply wouldn't dare provoke the people of the Divine Union. Even with her hidden power, she wouldn't dare provoke the people of the Divine Union. However, Yi Shiwen was unscrupulous. Was it because he was ignorant? No, in her opinion, it wasn't because he was ignorant, but because he was fearless. A man should overcome all obstacles. There was a fundamental difference between this and being reckless and ignorant. Being reckless and ignorant was due to ignorance, while being courageous was due to having a big heart. It was conceivable that the spiritual body was no ordinary being. She had no other choice since she had come this far. The battle with Jun Dingtian had worsened her injuries and put her in a precarious situation. Just as she finished her sentence, a martial arts current flew out of the physical body of the Lord of Darkness and entered his body. Although this secret technique is a little dangerous, it is still a supreme secret technique. If you don't die today, you will be able to achieve great things with this technique. Yi Mo said coldly, "Thank you, Senior." Princess Tianqing hurriedly expressed her gratitude and went to the side to carefully comprehend it. Yi Shiwen stepped forward and told Yi Mo about the martial arts incarnation that he had comprehended during the fight with Jun Dingtian. Yi Mo was silent for a moment, and then he said, "This is also my fault. But I didn't want to tell you so early, because although this secret technique isn't complicated, not everyone can cultivate it successfully. It belongs to the divine martial path. and once it's cultivated successfully, it's a matter of course that your strength will increase greatly. I didn't expect Jun Dingtian's origin to be the reincarnation of a deity. No wonder he knows the secret technique, Yemo said. I originally wanted to wait until you cultivated to the peak of the profound death realm and was about to prove your Tao. With the strength of the martial arts incarnation, it would be more convenient for you to prove your Tao. Before that, I didn't want you to create doppelgangers because condensing the martial arts incarnation would greatly slow down your progress. In particular, the more powerful the magical secret technique, the more time it takes to cultivate it. I originally wanted you to cultivate bravely and diligently without being disturbed by external things. Now it seems that I took it for granted. If you don't know the martial arts incarnation, you will inevitably be at a disadvantage when you meet such an opponent in the future. Although martial arts incarnation is still rare, once it appears, you will suffer a great loss just like this time. If it wasn't for this girl, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to escape from this calamity. Now, I'll teach you a martial arts incarnation cultivation method called myriad embodiment. It's not a cultivation method of the demon race, nor was it created by the demon king. However, it came from an extremely powerful expert who was later defeated by the demon king. In the end, this martial arts incarnation fell into the hands of the demon king. However, when one's cultivation reached the level of the demon king, his body was like a heaven and earth. He could already transform his body into a world and could contain endless skills. For him, this method was no longer useful. Therefore, this method was buried in the end. Myriad embodiment. Yi Shiwen read out these 4 names. There's also a reason for this. The so-called martial arts incarnation is to entrust one's own skills to the martial arts, and then separate them to form a new martial arts incarnation. It's a bit similar to the practice of external incarnation, but it's different from external incarnation. The martial arts incarnation is entrusted to one's own martial arts and can completely integrate with one's own martial arts at a critical time. Then, one can erupt with very tyrannical strength. Yemo continued. After one's cultivation reaches a high level, one must practice this method because many people can advance by leaps and bounds like they did in the early stages of cultivation. It's very likely that they won't make any progress for tens of thousands of years. In this case, the only thing they can do is to constantly purify their skills and deepen them day by day. However, they won't be able to produce any essential changes. And the martial arts incarnation method is to a large extent the research of those who couldn't make a breakthrough. Generally speaking, the martial arts incarnation can store completely different skills, ranging from 1 to 9 times. The more the martial arts incarnation, the rarer it is. Even many deities who practice martial arts incarnation can only increase their strength by 5 or 6 times. It's very rare to see martial arts incarnation more than 7 times. But the martial arts incarnation I'm going to teach you can accumulate 9 times the strength of martial arts incarnation. It can be said to be a top-notch martial arts incarnation method. Yemo said, if this method were to be spread, even deities would try to snatch it, because the martial arts incarnation method itself is created for deities. The martial arts incarnation method you mentioned before doesn't exist for deities. Deities can shake the world with just a raise of their hands or feet. This kind of consumption can be completely recovered in a few breaths. Not to mention, they can condense a divine kingdom in their body, forming a world of their own. So, they can replenish a huge amount of power at any time. This weakness is meaningless for such immortal powerhouses. So do you understand? Yemo said. Yi Shiwen nodded. Even with all these flaws, the martial arts incarnation method was still an earth-shattering creation. With his current strength, it could be said to be invincible at the peak of the profound life realm. If it wasn't for Jun Dingtian's 3,000 sword principles, he was absolutely confident that he could fight with Jun Dingtian. He couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if his strength skyrocketed by 9 times in an instant. This was definitely an earth-shattering method. But you also have to know that it's very difficult to condense martial arts incarnation. You should be very clear about how you got your strength. It can be said that you've gone through a lot of hardships. But even so, you still need to condense a martial arts incarnation that is similar to your strength. You can imagine how difficult it is. Moreover, it's even more difficult to condense it to 9 times. I originally didn't want you to learn this martial arts incarnation so early. This will only slow down your progress. Yi Mo sighed and said there were many things that he had calculated clearly, but as the saying goes, plans can't keep up with changes. Many things couldn't be accomplished just by sitting at home and making plans. Yi Xuan knew that Yi Mo had said that it would be difficult, but in fact he had already cultivated to this level. So, the difficulty of retraining his martial power was naturally much lower than before. Although it wasn't as difficult as eating and drinking, but it was still a lot easier. Although this body incarnation is good, it can't be used for a while. Moreover, I'm about to set off to the tomb of the Lord of Dead Spirits, and it's very likely that I'll have to face Jun Dingtian. Yi Xuan frowned. This made him quite fearful. Moreover, there was still the female opponent that even Jun Dingtian was extremely fearful of. Even he wasn't very sure how strong she was. This is a very big problem. Although I've suppressed the spiritual wisdom, I'm still trapped here, and I can't leave in a short period of time. This is the most troublesome thing. Yi Mo was also quite vexed. Since you want to achieve the effect of rapid growth in a short period of time, the only way is to take a risk. Although the great art of disintegration that I imparted to the girl just now is a bit dangerous, it's also a way to go. You can kill more powerful beasts and refine them. Even if only a small part of their martial arts is refined by you, there's still a way to condense a martial arts incarnation in a short period of time if you can make it in time. That's the only way. Yi Xuan nodded. Even Princess Tianqing had such ambition and boldness. Why couldn't he take a little risk? The inheritance of the Lord of Dead Spirits was related to his future fight against the Abyss Devil Lord. He absolutely couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Thinking of this, there was nothing for him to hesitate about. All right, I'll impart this great art of disintegration to you, Yi Mo said immediately. Then a martial arts torrent flew out and directly instilled into Yi Xuan's body. In this martial arts torrent, there were 2 peerless techniques. One was the technique of the body incarnation, and the other was the great art of disintegration. Yi Xuan quickly looked at it. Chapter 1877. Yi Xuan finally understood what Yi Mo had meant when he saw the mnemonic chant and the various information contained in the Hua Gong Great Law. Yi Mo had said that there was a bit of danger in this technique. He immediately had the urge to curse out loud. Is this a little dangerous? Yi Xuan could see through the essence of many power techniques with just a glance at his current martial arts realm. It was simply impossible to hide from him. He immediately understood the various tricks of this Hua Gong Great Technique with just a glance. This kind of Hua Gong Great Technique absorbed the martial power of others, and then transformed it into one's own martial power. Then, it would be transformed into one's own martial power. However, the most evil aspect of this technique was that the absorption effect would be quite limited if the opponent's martial power was far inferior to one's own. In fact, the absorption effect would be quite limited if the opponent's martial power was comparable to one's own. Moreover, the success rate was very high. Even someone as bold as Yi Xuan couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air when he saw the Hua Gong Great Technique. Practicing this technique was like gambling with one's life. He looked at the Myriad Incarnations technique again. This technique was very complete. The essence of each technique was very precise. He had learned it almost at a glance. He didn't need the mysterious spaces guidance at all. He used to rely on the mysterious spaces guidance. In fact, it could even be said that he was dependent on it. Yi Xuan was like a primary school student at that time, but he had to solve middle school and high school students' questions. He hadn't learned the knowledge of middle school and high school students. So, he could only use the mysterious space to find the correct answer. He didn't know the principle behind it. However, he could use it freely. But now, hundreds of years had passed in the blink of an eye. He was no longer the same as he had been when he had just stepped into the martial arts world. His martial arts knowledge and realm couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before. These methods were exceptionally exquisite. In fact, many of them made Yi Shiwen feel like slapping the table and exclaiming in admiration. However, he didn't need the mysterious space since he had such a detailed cultivation process. This was completely different from when he was trying to figure out the Sky Emperor Divine Fist, which he had no information about at all. Yi Shiwen immediately understood that this technique of myriad body transfiguration was very brilliant. However, it was different from a doppelganger or a second primordial spirit because it didn't have a physical body to rely on. Therefore, it couldn't be like Yi Shiwen's previous Star Beast avatar that could cultivate on its own and entrust its primordial spirit to it. However, a martial arts incarnation also had something that a clone or a second primordial spirit couldn't compare with. It was because it was entrusted to the martial arts. Therefore, it could be completely accommodated into one's body at a critical moment, and its power would skyrocket all of a sudden. If his cultivation were to double, then the increase in his combat strength would not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It was very likely that his combat strength would increase by 4 or 5 times. This was the reason why Jun Dingtian's martial power had only increased by a few times, but his combat power was still terrifying to Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen had to cultivate on his own in order to condense the martial arts. It would take a long time to accumulate, unless he could prove his Tao one day. Otherwise, this martial arts incarnation could only be used as a secret technique and couldn't be used frequently. Every time a martial arts incarnation was condensed, it would double the martial arts. Although it was much easier to condense again after exhausting it, it still took a lot of time. Otherwise, Jun Dingtian wouldn't have let Yi Shiwen and Princess Tianqing go so easily. Moreover, to condense a martial arts incarnation, one would need to separate one's own martial arts. The more powerful the martial arts, the more powerful the martial arts incarnation that could be entrusted. To say that it was double or triple was actually an ideal state. Many people who cultivated martial arts incarnation couldn't achieve such an ideal state at all. In fact, it was already very difficult for an ordinary person to cultivate a martial arts incarnation that could double the martial arts incarnation's power by 50%. This had something to do with the martial arts one had chosen to entrust. Jun Dingtian's 3,000 sword principles were so tyrannical mainly because they were very powerful. It was naturally extraordinary to be entrusted with all of one's martial arts. These were all things that needed to be thought about in detail. In short, it was originally something that needed to be carefully crafted and planned slowly. Now, it was naturally not that easy to achieve in a short time. Using the great art of dispelling to speed things up was a risky move in itself. At this time, Yi Shiwen turned his head to look at Princess Tianqing, who was sitting cross-legged and using the great art of dispelling to refine the soaring demon energy on her body. He saw that the muscles on her body had ruptured in an instant and blood was spurting out. It looked extremely hideous. However, she was digesting the martial arts bit by bit. Soon he realized that something was wrong. Princess Tianqing's martial arts were almost no weaker than his. Although it was because of the unknown inheritance, in fact, this was almost the limit. Even Yi Shiwen didn't have any hope of advancing further in the profound life realm, let alone her. Then how was she going to absorb all this martial arts? And at this moment, he saw a faint demonic aura emitting from Princess Tianqing's body, condensing into a huge 6 paths of reincarnation. Boundless fist intent spread out, and endless power surged towards the wheel of the 6 paths of reincarnation. This girl is actually also condensing martial arts incarnation. From the looks of it, her technique is quite brilliant. This is the technique of the Azura clan. If that's the case, then it's not surprising. The Azura clan also had a demon king in the past, and could be said to be glorious for a time. It's not surprising that the clan has such a technique. Yemo said, Yi Shiwen, although this martial arts incarnation is not a technique that everyone can learn, there are too many clans, families, and sects in this world that are glorious now or in the past. They have passed down many earth-shattering techniques. If you underestimate the people of this world because of this, then you're not far from disaster. Although this technique is a top-notch technique for condensing martial arts incarnation, in reality, unless you can condense 9 incarnations, it's not much of an advantage compared to other techniques. Moreover, as your cultivation increases, the martial arts of your martial arts incarnation will also need to be condensed again. It can be said to be very complicated. I understand. Yi Shiwen understood what Yi Emo meant. The 9-fold martial arts incarnation might seem powerful, but the premise was that he had to condense 9 incarnations. Moreover, every time his cultivation increased, he would need to condense the martial arts incarnation again. This required a huge amount of spiritual energy and martial arts. It was really not something that a poor person could afford. It was completely a technique that belonged to the tall, rich, and handsome. As for the demon summoning banner that you brought back, I just used my divine thoughts to probe it. Leave it for me. With the demon summoning banner, when I refine the demon summoning banner, I won't be considered an outsider compared to this spiritual intelligence. On the contrary, I can use the demon summoning banner to forcefully devour this spiritual intelligence. When that happens, I can quickly come out to help you. Just with this physical body, I can defeat countless experts. Yi Mo continued. Yi Shiwen did not hesitate and directly handed the demon summoning banner to Yi Mo. The demon summoning banner was useless in his hands for the time being. Moreover, it was obvious that the demon summoning banner itself was the natal celestial device of the Lord of Darkness. If Yi Mo took over the physical body of the Lord of Darkness, the demon summoning banner would be able to exert its greatest power in his hands. Moreover, there was no distinction between him and Yi Mo. There were no taboos between them. All right, I won't say much. Hurry up and go to the tomb of the Lord of Dead Spirits to search for the inheritance of the Lord of Dead Spirits. That is our main objective this time. We must not let anyone get there before us. As for me, you can rest assured. With the ghost heart flame formation, even a profound death realm expert would not be able to do anything to me, said Yi Mo. Right now, Yi Shiwen was most worried about Yi Mo. Since Yi Mo was fine, he did not have to worry anymore. Yi Shiwen got up and glanced at Princess Tianqing, who was still in seclusion. Her body was constantly being torn apart and recovering. After a period of time, he would also be in the same situation. There were no surprises. His figure flashed, and he was already out of the ghost heart fire ray. At this time, the entire hall was already empty. Who would dare to stay in this hall with the existence of such a big evil star like Yi Shiwen? Wouldn't that be courting death? The wealth in the other halls had also been plundered clean by those people. Yi Shiwen hadn't gotten a single thing. However, he didn't care about it. After all, he had made a huge harvest this time. So, these worldly possessions were nothing compared to his harvest. With another sway of his mind, he had already exited the treasury of the Lord of Darkness and returned to the abyss of dead spirits. The situation was different from the treasury of the Lord of Darkness, where the dark aura was denser. Outside, there was more deathly aura and the power of death mixed together, eroding everyone's spirit. Yi Shiwen released the aura from his body. A golden airwave swept out. The deathly aura and the power of death's laws could not get close to him at all. They were all blocked. At the same time, his entire body was like a bright lamp in the darkness. Immediately, he attracted the attention of many tyrannical and ferocious beings' divine senses. All of them swept towards Yi Shiwen's body. He immediately sensed them the moment they swept towards him. A sneer involuntarily flashed across the corner of his mouth. It just so happened that he was in need of an endless amount of cultivation power. In the eyes of others, those undying ferocious creatures were terrifying monsters. But in his eyes, it was just the cultivation power that he needed to condense a martial arts incarnation, a cultivation power that could run and jump. However, he still had to be careful not to attract the attention of the profound death realm's undying monsters. Otherwise, he could only flee. Boom! Suddenly, the void within a radius of hundreds of miles suddenly collapsed on the spot. A huge demonic claw directly reached out. Chapter 1878. This was a skinny death claw. It did not have much flesh and blood. Only some flesh and densely packed nerves were attached to the eerie white bones. It looked ferocious and frightening. The power of death immediately spread out the moment it attacked. It was like a claw that could destroy the heavens. It directly smashed downwards. This attack could be said to be earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Yi Shiwen could immediately tell that this was a dead creature at the peak of the profound life realm. In order to attract these ferocious dead creatures, he deliberately suppressed his own strength when he released his aura. This made him look no different from an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the profound life realm. As expected, he immediately attracted a ferocious creature at the peak of the profound life realm. However, even so, the density of the tyrannical, ferocious dead creatures in the undead abyss still made his hair stand on end, and he trembled with fear. He had just revealed his aura, and he had already been targeted. Moreover, this was at its weakest. When the ferocious dead creatures in the undead abyss returned, how grand would the situation be? From this, it could be deduced how frightening the undead lord was at his peak. With such an army, it was enough to sweep through a world and dominate the world. If he could obtain the inheritance of the undead lord, he would have the confidence to face the abyss demon lord. Yi Shiwen immediately raised his hand and blocked. Clang! There was a loud bang, and the sound of gold and iron colliding was heard. Sparks flew in all directions. At this time, Yi Shiwen's counterattack arrived in the blink of an eye. Along the claw, he directly grabbed a golden long sword. The tip of the sword suddenly pointed towards the void, and suddenly picked out a huge crack, picked out a subspace passage, and at the end of the passage, an incomparably huge skeleton appeared in front of him. This was actually a bone demon. Moreover, it was a terrifying bone demon at the peak of the profound life realm. Human die. This bone demon had already developed spiritual wisdom. At this time, its hiding place was directly exposed by Yi Shiwen's sword, so it was somewhat ashamed and annoyed. In its hollow eyes, there was a gloomy, ghostly fire burning unceasingly, incomparably greedy. It had an incomparable desire for Yi Shiwen's body. For it, the only way to prove its Tao was to continuously devour a large amount of flesh and blood, and then regenerate flesh and blood on the surface of its body. When the flesh and blood completely regenerated on the surface of its body, it would naturally prove its Tao. At that time, it would be another bone demon god, and it would be even more powerful than other gods. It had already gradually regrown some flesh, and its cultivation was also approaching the peak of the profound life realm. It could feel the vigorous vitality in Yi Shiwen's body. If it could devour, then it would definitely be able to grow a large chunk of flesh, and its cultivation would improve even more. If it devoured, it could even break through the peak of the profound life realm, a giant of the profound death stage. Even in a place like the dead spirit abyss, where ferocious creatures roamed the streets, a giant of the profound death stage would still be a giant. Their status was incomparable to that of the profound life stage. You're courting death. Greed has blinded your eyes. Time to die. Yi Shiwen shouted. His movements were extremely fast. His physical body had long been tyrannical to the point that ordinary people could not understand. On the spot, he directly took a step forward. The long sword in his hand directly emitted a shocking sword radiance. It directly pierced towards the bone demon in the depths of the void at the end of the subspace passageway. However, the bone demon directly formed a claw in the void. It became bigger and bigger, and then formed a white bone cage, grabbing towards Yishiwen. Clang! There was a loud roar. Without any suspense, the white bone cage was completely cut apart by Yishiwen. The seemingly indestructible bones could not even withstand a single blow from Yishiwen's sword radiance. It was directly cut apart on the spot and forcibly dispersed. Roar! The bone demon screamed in pain and continuously retreated. In its hollow eyes, there was a dark, ghostly fire constantly flickering, representing its intelligence. At this moment, it seemed that it had somewhat discovered that the person in front of it was not to be trifled with. He was like an iron plate, and it seemed to have kicked an iron plate. Thinking of leaving now, isn't it too late? Yishiwen sneered. His figure directly disappeared in the void, and then only a sharp whistling sound could be heard. Immediately after, his figure reappeared and was already above the bone demon. The sword radiance flickered again, and the clanging sound continued. However, at this moment, the bone demon could only see that at this moment, there was a special substance condensing in the entire heaven and earth. In an instant, all the bones condensed, and then instantly formed a long forest of bones. Then it crazily grew and pierced towards Yishiwen. Although they were only bones, but they were able to instantly pierce through the sky like a hornet's nest, and even the space was pierced. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Yishiwen's entire body constantly shuttled through the forest of bones. Under his body, there were constantly new forests of bones, and they constantly pierced towards Yishiwen, trying to stop Yishiwen's sneak attack. If one looked from afar, they would only be able to see a dazzling golden light tearing through the sky, and behind this golden light, countless forests of bones directly grew and instantly covered the entire heaven and earth. However, each time there was no way to pierce through the golden light, and each time it was only a little bit, but it was like a natural moat. Yishiwen's speed was extremely fast, and in just a moment he had already killed his way to the front of the bone demon. It's over. Yishiwen's face was expressionless, and he coldly said, although this bone demon was already very powerful, and was not considered weak among the peak profound life realm experts, it could only be said that it was unlucky to encounter Yishiwen. Boom! The sword light in the sky grew bigger and bigger, and very soon it directly formed a torrent of energy and fiercely bombarded the body of the bone demon. On the spot, the bone demon's body, which was comparable to metal and stone, was completely smashed into pieces in an instant. After that, Yishiwen spread out his big hand, and an incomparably huge whirlpool appeared on his palm. Endless death energy and the power of death, as well as the martial power emitted by the bone demon, were completely absorbed by him in one breath. Although this bone demon was far inferior to Yishiwen, it was, after all, a terrifying existence at the peak of profound life realm, and its martial power could also be said to be terrifying. Yishiwen suddenly felt that an incomparably powerful force had poured into his body in a split second, and his meridians had almost burst open. If it was not for the fact that his tyrant body had already been cultivated to the step of strengthening the meridians, just this martial power alone would have completely burst him. From the outside, in an instant, his entire body looked red, and countless capillaries were forcefully burst by this martial power. He looked like a person of blood, and his expression was incomparably ferocious. He continuously operated the great art of transformation and unceasingly condensed his martial power. The martial power absorbed from the bone demon was slowly transformed into the purest martial power, which was approximately equivalent to about 1/20th of his own martial power. In other words, he still had to kill 19 bone demons, which were at the peak of profound life realm, to be able to condense the first martial arts incarnation. One could imagine how difficult it was to cultivate this martial arts incarnation. Because this was the first time he condensed, the degree of difficulty was also the highest. In the future, it would be much easier to condense the same martial arts incarnation. If he did not condense the martial arts incarnation, then his martial power would eventually disappear in his body bit by bit, because his body would not be able to store it. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally began to operate the martial arts of the body into myriad transformations, and a martial art was gradually separated from his body. Behind him, endless starlight was incomparably brilliant and instantly spread out, forming a vast universe. It looked incomparably vast, and Yi Shiwen was this universe, the only true God and the only ruler of this universe. This process was incomparably painful, as if a person's arm was being chopped off. This was forcibly tearing out a part of his martial arts and then condensing it again. This was his martial arts, and his cultivation in the martial arts could also be said to be a generation's grandmaster. Although it was not comparable to Jun Dingtian's cultivation in the sword arts, it was much more powerful than many of his peers who specialized in the martial arts for their entire lives. This was the Shattered Star Fist of his martial arts. The Shattered Star Fist was constantly improved in his hands, becoming more and more powerful. Even now, it was still a very powerful martial arts in his hands, becoming more and more powerful. Compared to the original, it was already beyond recognition, as if it had been reborn. Even if the creator of the Shattered Star Fist were to see it, he would have to concede defeat. After all, the realm was already completely different. He wanted to entrust his first martial arts incarnation to the Shattered Star Fist, and in the future he would also condense other martial arts. He was different from Jun Dingtian. Jun Dingtian had refined 3,000 sword principles, which seemed very powerful and even had broad prospects for the future. If each of the 3,000 sword principles could be cultivated to the extreme, perhaps there would be a day when one could prove one's way with strength. However, that was too far away and too scattered. Even if he condensed 3,000 sword principles, it would only increase his combat power by a few times. For Yi Shiwen, who was eager to condense the first martial arts incarnation and increase his combat power, this was not desirable. Moreover, everyone had their own path, and they were all different. After a long time, a figure with the sky full of starlight slowly condensed behind him. Although it was only in embryonic form, it carried unparalleled power. Yi Shiwen knew that his first martial arts incarnation was preliminarily formed, and the next step was to continuously refine it. With the formation of this martial arts incarnation, he did not stop and directly flew in the direction of the tomb of the Lord of Dead Spirits, which he knew. Chapter 1879. Yi Shiwen headed towards the tomb of the Undead Spirit Lord at an extremely fast speed. He had basically appeared thousands of miles away in a flash. Although he didn't choose to look for the tomb of the Undead Spirit Lord immediately, it didn't mean that he didn't care about it. In fact, he had thought about it clearly before he made his choice. The tomb of the Undead Spirit Lord was the main purpose of the major forces. Everything would be worth it if they could obtain the inheritance of the Undead Spirit Lord. If he obtained the inheritance of the Undead Spirit Lord, the entire undead abyss would be in his hands. What kind of fortuitous encounter or treasure could be compared to this? However, after thinking about it, he decided to seize the demon summoning flag first. The inheritance of the Lord of the Undead Spirits would definitely be the focus of countless pairs of eyes. There were many powerful experts searching for it, and there were also many powerful experts gathering there. Although Yi Shiwen was conceited, he wouldn't have an easy time if he encountered those old monsters who had cultivated for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. At most, he would only be one of those old monsters. It wouldn't be easy for him to kill his way out of the encirclement of those experts. He even thought about the consequences if he lost the inheritance of the Undead Spirit Lord. Therefore, he decided to snatch the demon summoning flag first, after thinking about it for a long time. Now that he had snatched the devil beckoning banner, his strength had greatly increased, and he was about to reach the peak. Moreover, he was about to condense his first martial arts incarnation. If he were to erupt, his battle prowess would double. At that time, his battle prowess would undergo earth-shattering changes. Yi Shiwen was confident that he could compete with those old monsters who had cultivated for many years and kill his way out of them. This was Yi Shiwen's true confidence and foundation after condensing his first martial arts incarnation. With this martial arts incarnation, Yi Shiwen could advance and retreat freely. Even if he encountered Jun Dingtian, he would dare to compete with him. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel anxious. After all, he didn't know if the inheritance of the Lord of Undead Spirits would belong to anyone. He wasn't like those major powers who could split their forces into two groups and take them all. To him, this was the only choice he had. He could only start with the easy part. Now he had to rush over as fast as possible. However, it seemed like the inheritance of the Undead Spirit Lord had yet to begin. Otherwise, Chu Yin, Zhan Ming, and the others wouldn't be able to compete with Yi Shiwen so easily. They were the people who had been selected by the major forces to inherit the Undead Spirit Lord's inheritance. Of course, the prerequisite was that they could obtain the Undead Spirit Lord's inheritance. Therefore, if he rushed over now, he should still be able to make it. But even so, he couldn't guarantee that he would miss anything, so he had to speed up. The inheritance of the Lord of the Undead was located in the deepest part of the Undead Abyss. In the deepest part of the Abyss of the Dead Souls, there was an incomparably huge plain that stretched across the entire Abyss of the Dead Souls. In fact, if the Abyss of the Dead Souls was an incomparably huge abyss, then this plain was actually the bottom of the Abyss of the Dead Souls, which was also the deepest part. There were many powerful, ferocious beasts residing there, and there were even quite a few profound, death realm, ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts usually divided up the entire plane of the Abyss of the Dead Souls. If it wasn't for the undead tide that forced most of them out, they wouldn't even dare to approach such a dangerous place. Even so, the remaining ferocious beasts were enough to tear the invaders into pieces. It was still extremely dangerous. However, everyone had no other choice because they had no other choice. This might be their only chance of success. Apart from the profound death realm ferocious beasts, there were many heavenly beings and even profound life realm ferocious beasts living on this incomparably huge plane. They formed groups of 3 to 5 and roared. To others, this might be an extremely huge threat. However, to Yi Shiwen, it was the best opportunity. Even if there weren't any peak profound life realm ferocious beasts attacking him, the power that these ferocious beasts could convert was far inferior to that of a peak profound life realm white bone demon. However, it was still better than nothing for him. When the number of ferocious beasts accumulated to a certain extent, it would also cause a qualitative change. To Yi Shiwen, who was currently in the process of condensing his first martial arts incarnation, even the most insignificant power was absolutely not something he could let go of. Just like that, he slaughtered his way towards the Abyss of the Dead Souls. His speed was extremely fast as he continuously shuttled back and forth. Suddenly, when he was about to reach the periphery of the plane of the Dead Souls, he saw endless dark clouds of death covering everything in the distance. It was as if everything in the sky and on the ground had been completely covered. Those aren't dark clouds. Yi Shiwen immediately opened his heaven's eye. Only then did he discover that those were not dark clouds of death at all. They were clearly an army of death formed by countless ferocious beasts. At this moment, these ferocious beasts had all gathered together and did not leave. It was as if they were besieging something. Yi Shiwen opened his heaven's eye and looked inside, only to see that they were besieging a group of people. Yi Shiwen took a look and saw that these ferocious beasts were besieging a person. Who else could it be other than Qin Lai? Qin Lai and the others, who had set off earlier than him, were now actually being besieged. Even though the individual strength of these countless ferocious beasts was not too high, they were still able to trap Qin Lai and the others, completely trapping them within. There was no end to them, no end to them. Furthermore, there was no lack of profound life realm experts among them. Faced with such a mixed group, even profound death realm experts would feel their hearts go numb. This was the most frightening aspect of the endless army of the dead. There was simply no end to them. Even with Qin Lai's cultivation, he was still trapped within. Furthermore, Qin Lai seemed to have gained a lot from the battle with Jun Dingtian. He had actually directly stepped into the peak of the profound life realm in one go. Furthermore, his cultivation was extremely stable. It did not seem like he had just stepped into the peak of the profound life realm. This made Yi Shiwen somewhat sigh with emotion. These geniuses were indeed extraordinary characters. No wonder Princess Tianqing had said that these geniuses couldn't be calculated with common sense. Perhaps they would suddenly have an inspiration and soar to the top in one go. Yi Shiwen, with their talent and the endless wealth of their sex, the speed at which they rose was naturally incomparably fast. Furthermore, the martial sect had an immortal inheritance of a sovereign realm expert. What kind of person was a sovereign realm expert? Just the inheritance that Yi Shiwen had obtained from Yemo had allowed him to walk all the way to where he was today. Furthermore, this sovereign realm expert had left behind a complete inheritance. Naturally, he could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. Moreover, Yi Shiwen had also heard many rumors about the martial sect during this period of time. It was different from the other emperors who were confirmed to have fallen or passed away in meditation. It was said that the founder of the martial sect had gone to a distant space-time. There hadn't been any news of him for many years. However, he still had a formidable deterrent force until he received the definite news of his death. Furthermore, in the eyes of many, Emperor Qin was the most outstanding person in the modern era. He was also the only great existence who had proven his Tao and become an emperor in the modern era. How could such a person die so easily? Therefore, the martial sect was still the most fearsome immortal inheritance. In the Xian world, they had yet to spread their tentacles. However, the martial sect was still very famous in the myriad heavens. Yi Shiwen's gaze swept over. These dead spirits could be said to have advanced and retreated in a well-controlled manner. It was as if they were marching in a formation. Although these dead spirits were not weak, most of them did not have any spiritual wisdom. It was impossible for them to be so well organized. It was very obvious that there was a powerful existence commanding them from behind. His gaze swept across the area. Indeed, it was as he had expected. In the depths of these dead spirits and ferocious creatures, there were few dead spirits at the peak of the profound life, stage high up in the air. They were commanding these dead spirits and ferocious creatures to launch wave after wave of attacks towards the martial organizations group. These dead spirits at the peak of the profound life realm firmly occupied positions in all four directions. They were commanding them calmly. They were like great generals among the humans. Their cultivation was tyrannical, and they knew how to use troops. Every time the martial sex group wanted to rush out, they would be blocked by these dead spirits. Even if Qin Lai personally organized a surprise attack, he would still be beaten back by these dead spirits. Yi Shiwen immediately understood why Qin Lai was actually not a match for them despite his cultivation. These dead spirits at the peak of the profound life realm were not inferior to Qin Lai. If he wanted to break out of the encirclement alone, he could. However, the martial sex people behind him would definitely be annihilated here. Young master, you can break out by yourself. Don't worry about us. Seeing that the encirclement was getting smaller and smaller, they were also getting closer and closer. They were about to be completely annihilated. These people had no choice but to grit their teeth and be ruthless. This time, those who had followed Qin Lai were the experts of their faction in the martial sect. There were also some outer sect elders who had pledged their allegiance to Qin Lai in advance. It could be said that they were the backbone of Qin Lai's faction. If they were completely annihilated here, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the faction that supported Qin Lai. That's absolutely impossible. Our Qin clan has never abandoned our companions and fled first. You definitely can't start with me. Qin Lai roared and gritted his teeth. At most, I will use it. I will definitely bring all of you out of here. He had already used all his strength. He continuously blasted out fist shadows that filled the sky, drawing out an ancient world that ate raw meat and drank blood. He crushed the dead spirits that were pouncing towards him. However, there were too many of these dead spirits. They were simply endless. Even with his cultivation, he felt powerless. Chapter 1880. He continued to crush all the dead spirits and ferocious creatures that pounced on him. However, the gap was quickly filled by even more dead spirits and ferocious creatures. They were densely packed in all directions. If not for the fact that everyone had opened up their domains to resist, these dead spirits and ferocious creatures would have already pounced on them. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a huge roar could be heard coming from afar. It seemed that a fierce battle had broken out in the army of dead spirits and ferocious creatures. What's going on? Qin Lai hurriedly stopped and looked up. He saw a golden light tearing a huge crack in the endless sea of undead and ferocious creatures. This huge crack was still expanding, and wherever it passed, it would devour the undead and ferocious creatures. As long as these dead spirits and ferocious creatures touched this golden light, they would be crushed to pieces on the spot. Then they would be devoured by the golden light. He could not see the inside of the golden light at all. He could only vaguely see a human figure. Although he could not see the figure clearly, this figure was too familiar to him. Who else could this golden light be other than Yi Shiwen? He was immediately surprised and happy. He knew Yi Shiwen's combat power very well. With Yi Shiwen joining them, there was no doubt that they would have another strong support. He was about to call Yi Shiwen over. However, he saw that Yi Shiwen did not have any intention to join them. On the contrary, he was constantly killing the dead spirits and ferocious creatures. Wherever he passed, the dead spirits and ferocious creatures would be destroyed with a single touch. They were not a match for Yi Shiwen at all. Wherever he passed, he was like a huge bomb. He directly turned these dead spirits and ferocious creatures upside down. Although these dead spirits and ferocious creatures were also more ferocious than the previous one, they were obviously not on the same level as Yi Shiwen. It was unknown how many dead spirits and ferocious creatures there were. They were densely packed and filled the sky. There were all kinds of dead spirits and ferocious creatures. They were all under the control of the peak profound life, realm dead spirits, and ferocious creatures. Compared to the 12 zodiac vengeful spirits that Yi Shiwen encountered before, these peak profound life, realm dead spirits, and ferocious creatures were undoubtedly much stronger. Each of them was extremely ferocious. They looked abnormally terrifying and very powerful. As these dead spirits and ferocious creatures were constantly killed by Yi Shiwen, Yi Shiwen's first martial incarnation also began to become clearer and clearer after it condensed its original appearance. And ferocious spirits and ferocious creatures. It was not far from condensing the first martial incarnation. It was not very far. Yi Shiwen didn't show any mercy when he thought of this. He directly used the Big Bang Stardust Fist and transformed it into a universe that swept across the sky. It crushed all these dead spirits and ominous creatures. Then it completely transformed into martial power that filled the sky and was absorbed by him. Yi Shiwen's massacre finally attracted the attention of the peak profound life, realm dead spirits, and ferocious creatures. The first to attack was an incomparably huge zombie. It was as huge as a small mountain. The first to charge forward were large, hairy zombies. These zombies were only at the sky human stage. However, their bodies were as tough as steel. Even the average profound life stage expert would find it hard to deal with these zombies. So. These zombies were wearing the clothes of various ancient times. It was unknown how long ago they had been transformed into zombies. Now, they had become the subordinates of the incomparably huge zombie king. These zombies pounced over and wanted to kill Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen slapped his palm and killed a group of zombies on the spot. Although these zombies had cultivated for many years and were powerful experts when they were alive, it also depended on who they were compared to. Compared to Yi Shiwen, they were not a match at all. Basically, a group of them was killed by Yi Shiwen in an instant. Suddenly, in the sky, a black claw directly fell down towards Yi Shiwen. It instantly tore through the vast sky as if it wanted to grab Yi Shiwen alive. Yi Shiwen did not need to look to know that it should be the incomparably huge zombie attacking him. After letting him massacre for so long, even the stone-hearted dead spirits and ferocious spirits could not bear it anymore. However, for Yi Shiwen it came at the right time. He wanted to condense his first martial arts incarnation, and he lacked such a top existence. "Come on!" Yi Fuqian shouted and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. In an instant, endless golden light burst out. He punched toward the void, and the fist will spread out in an instant, rendering the surroundings into a brand new universe. It was like a domain, but also like a huge new world, and in this world he was the only true god. Clang! An incomparably loud collision sound was heard. Cracks appeared on the sharp claw. It was as if cracks had appeared on a piece of pottery. Originally, the physical body of a zombie was also one of the most powerful in the world. It even surpassed demonic beasts of the same level. It was not under the control of the heavens, nor was it restrained by the earth. The demonic beasts of the same level were simply worlds apart from the Qin Fang. It was simply impossible to compare them. In fact, there were even top-notch zombies that could kill dragons. There were also legends about the legendary godly Ho, which was a variant of the zombies or the ultimate form of the zombies' evolution. The godly Ho was born to feed on dragon flesh, which was truly terrifying. However, he had never imagined that Yi Shiwen's physical body would actually be so tyrannical. It would not be a problem for him to kill a dragon on the spot. Even though they were both at the peak of the profound life stage, Yi Shiwen's strength was far more tyrannical than his. Roar! An incomparably loud roar resounded, and this hill-like zombie suddenly felt pain. Then it instantly became ferocious and clawed towards Yi Shiwen like a wounded beast, tearing through the air. Its eyes had turned red. Mountain of corpses and sea of blood! That zombie roared, and suddenly an endless sea of blood slowly rose under Yi Shiwen's feet. In this endless sea of blood, there were innumerable corpses tumbling about. This sea of blood was actually unceasingly corroding Yi Shiwen's body, protecting Jin Qi, and was slowly submerging him. This was his claw intent. In an instant, the ghostly claw of the zombie directly clawed down. Even the void was shattered, completely turning into a world of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Yi Shiwen immediately understood that this zombie might not have been an ordinary person when it had been alive. In fact, it might have been a powerhouse of a region. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become so dreadful. Although zombies possess strength that far surpassed that of martial artists of the same level and realm, not all zombies could cultivate to such a level. Generally, the stronger one was in their previous life, the easier it would be for them to cultivate to an earth-shattering level. It was just like the spiritual intelligence within the physical body of the Lord of Darkness. If he was allowed to completely occupy the physical body of the Lord of Darkness, he would be comparable to a profound death realm expert, even if he did not know any martial arts. If he continued to cultivate, he would be able to overcome the heavenly tribulation and reestablish his Tao. It was even possible for him to become a corpse god. Yi Shiwen sneered. He did not care at all, compared to when he had just stepped into the peak of the profound life realm. His strength was far more tyrannical. He immediately threw punch after punch. Fist shadows filled the sky and directly blasted through this world of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Boom! 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 The hill-like giant zombie continuously retreated. Every step it took caused the world to shake violently, and a loud roar could be heard. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had already begun to develop his own spiritual intelligence. After he developed his own spiritual intelligence, no one could compete with him in terms of physical strength. He had also gradually awakened the memories of his previous life and began to learn martial arts. He was not afraid of the tyrannical zombie, but he was afraid of the zombie knowing martial arts. Right now, he was a zombie with extraordinary attainments in martial arts. However, it was a pity that the person he had met could not be judged by the logic of an ordinary person. However, what surprised him was that before he could even launch a counterattack, the next wave of attacks from this human actually followed him like a shadow. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen's entire body was like a storm of wind and thunder. Behind him, a pair of incomparably huge wings spread out and directly opened up the domain of the power of wind and thunder. The power of wind and thunder in the sky transformed into a sharp sword of wind and thunder. It swept across invincible, forming a storm. All the undead and ferocious creatures were crushed into pieces on the spot. What was more frightening was that Yi Shiwen's strength would soar every time he killed an undead and ferocious creature. He absorbed the power of these undead and ferocious creatures and completely transformed it into his own power. Therefore, for others, in this kind of group battle, the more they fought, the weaker they became. However, for Yi Shiwen, this was a sign that the more he fought, the stronger he became. This hill-like zombie twisted its body, and with a speed that was completely inconsistent with its incomparably huge body, it instantly clawed down towards Yi Shiwen. It simply ignored Yi Shiwen's attack and blasted a punch over to kill him. It wanted to gain the upper hand by striking first and behead Yi Shiwen. It was very confident in its own body. Today, this human had completely angered it. Even if it had to pay a price, it would not let this guy go. Clang! A loud roar sounded. It could not help but stare with its eyes wide open. Its earth-shattering attack was actually blocked. It saw that a diagram of life and death was rotating and completely blocking its attack. The huge aftermath caused by the yin-yang diagram of life and death was also completely absorbed. What is this? It could not help but murmur. Suddenly it reacted. Not good. Sure enough, at the moment when it was in a daze in front of it, an incomparably huge fist instantly swept across and hit its head. Bang! Its entire head suddenly exploded like a watermelon. Chapter 1881. The entire body of the zombies was as hard as gold and iron. However, they also had a weakness, and that was their head. This point was the same as all the spirits of all living things. If their head exploded on the spot, their resentful spirits would have no place to reside. Even the resentful spirits hiding in their heads would be blown up on the spot by Yi Shiwen's fist. However, generally speaking, although the head was the weakest spot on a zombie's body, it was also the toughest spot on a zombie's body. Ordinary martial arts attacks would not be able to destroy their heads. If their heads were not destroyed, these zombies would very quickly grow back tenaciously. From this point of view, they were indeed immortal and immortal creatures. This zombie still wanted to continue struggling. It was still on its deathbed. However, how could Yi Shiwen give it the chance to do so? Immediately, a large hand pierced through the void and directly penetrated it. Then, a sharp flame directly ignited on the palm. After a short while, the zombie's body was burnt into a cloud of green smoke. All that was left was a sky full of martial power, which was devoured alive by Yi Shiwen on the spot. After devouring this zombie, Yi Shiwen immediately felt that his martial arts incarnation, which had just been condensed a little, had actually risen to 1/5 of its original level in an instant. Although the white bone demon that he had encountered was also at the peak of the profound life realm, there was clearly a huge gap between it and this zombie. Ha ha ha! If this goes on, I'm afraid it won't be long before I can completely condense my first martial arts incarnation. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. He looked into the distance and saw several auras directly rushing over. It was not that he did not see Qin Lai's summons. However, for him, Condensing his first martial arts incarnation was more important. There was no need to be anxious about other matters. In the distance, Qin Lai could not help but be secretly speechless when he saw Yi Shiwen easily destroy a peak of the profound life realm undead creature on the spot. How could he not know how ferocious those undead creatures at the peak of the profound life realm were? In fact, he had even fought against them a few times. Just now, when he was surrounded, those ferocious peak profound life stage dead spirit creatures had suddenly attacked him, engaging in an intense battle with him. These few were likely powerful existences that had already touched the profound death stage. Even though Qin Lai was extraordinary, he had only just stepped into the peak of the profound life stage. He could barely deal with one of them. However, if he had to face the combined attacks of a few of them, it was likely that he would not be able to survive. If it wasn't for the fact that the few peak profound life stage evil creatures did not want to fight with him and wanted to exhaust them to death, he would have died long ago after being ambushed by so many evil creatures. Among them were even peak profound life stage evil creatures. However, such a tyrannical existence couldn't last long in Yi Shiwen's hands. He had become stronger again. Practically every time they met, even if it was only a short period of time, Yi Shiwen's changes would make him clearly feel that Yi Shiwen had become stronger. He had become stronger and stronger. Furthermore, he was becoming stronger and stronger. He was like a sports car that would never stop, constantly running. He believed that his improvement wasn't small, and was practically improving all the time. However, when compared to Yi Shiwen, the gap between him and Yi Shiwen seemed to be continuously widening. Although he had already stepped into the peak of the profound life stage, there was clearly a huge gap between him and a powerful existence like Yi Shiwen, who was invincible at the peak of the profound life stage. In the sky, Yi Shiwen had just devoured all the power of the zombie. Immediately, another loud roar rang out. In the next moment, another incomparably huge flying zombie pounced towards Yi Shiwen. Despite being extremely far away, Yi Shiwen was still able to sense the deathly aura that blotted the sky. This was another zombie king that was not inferior to the previous one. No, it was even stronger and more tyrannical than the previous zombie king. This was because Yi Shiwen could sense a different aura of martial arts from the zombie. It wasn't the martial arts of zombies, but the martial arts of ordinary warriors. It wouldn't be strange for an ordinary warrior to have such a martial arts aura. However, this was a zombie. Zombies were born in places where the resentment and bad luck of the world gathered. They were abandoned by the 3 realms and 6 realms as soon as they were born. Therefore, their cultivation methods were independent and unique. There was only one possibility for such a martial arts aura to appear. It was the awakening of the memories of its previous life. Otherwise, how could it practice ordinary martial arts? This kind of zombie was even more terrifying, especially if it was a peerless powerhouse in its previous life. After awakening the memories of its previous life, coupled with the body of a zombie, it would become even more terrifying. World domination spear! It let out an incomparably loud roar. In the next moment, the flesh of its palm was instantly torn apart. The bones within seemed to be pulled out bit by some kind of power. It was an incomparably huge bone spear. With a terrifying spear aura, it directly shot towards Yi Shiwen. The spear aura stirred the world and shattered everything in all directions. It was very terrifying. Sure enough, this zombie has awakened the memories of its previous life. I'm afraid that its previous life should also be a general who fought on the battlefield. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Yi Shiwen directly stretched out his big hand. It was like a golden sky curtain, grabbing towards that incomparably huge bone spear. Boom! A loud sound similar to the sound of gold and iron colliding rang out. Yi Shiwen's big hand directly grabbed the bone spear. The friction created sparks, and the sparks splashed in all directions. The sparks splashed to the side and actually caused a huge burst of flames. At this time, Yi Shiwen firmly grabbed the bone spear with one hand. He took advantage of this force and instantly appeared in front of this incomparably huge zombie. He directly kicked it. Boom! An incomparably dull rumbling sound was heard, and this incomparably huge zombie was sent flying on the spot. It was like a small hill, and it was heavily bombarded to the ground. Its entire chest had been crushed by Yi Shiwen's stomp, and a huge hole had appeared on its chest. Dark green blood was flowing out of it. This was a type of blood that was extremely poisonous. This zombie struggled and wanted to get up. It fiercely roared. It had suffered a big loss. An existence at the peak of the profound life realm had never suffered such a big loss unless it had encountered an existence at the profound death realm. Moreover, as it had awakened its memories, it could practice the martial arts of its previous life. It had become even more powerful than it had been in its previous life. An ordinary peak of the profound life realm was simply no match for it. It directly spat out a mouthful of corpse energy. Immediately, it formed a poisonous fog that filled the sky. It directly wrapped around Yi Shiwen, who was rushing over. It continuously corroded Yi Shiwen's protective chi, wanting to melt him while he was still alive. However, Yi Shiwen's speed was even faster. In an instant, he had already rushed out of the range of the poisonous fog. Then he directly punched the head of the zombie. Bang! This zombie was like the previous one. Its head directly exploded like a watermelon on the spot. Its physical body was also directly burned to ashes by the Nanmingli fire. Only the purest martial power was left, which Yi Shiwen fused into it. Yi Shiwen could only feel that his first martial arts incarnation had condensed by a third. It had directly reached 2/3. It was not far from forming. He was immediately overjoyed. As expected, if he wanted to quickly condense a martial arts incarnation, he would have to kill more existences at the peak of the profound life realm. It was completely incomparable to other undead realm undead creatures. Even the effects of ordinary profound life realm undead creatures were far from being comparable to this. However, Yi Shiwen was also a little worried. It was so difficult to form a martial arts incarnation. Where could he find so many existences at the peak of the profound life realm? Moreover, as he became stronger in the future, the opponents he would need to kill would also become stronger. If he had to condense it bit by bit and temper it, who knew how long it would take? However, this was not the time to think about this. It was better to first condense his first martial arts incarnation. Yi Shiwen did not take another look at this zombie. Zombies were neither human, ghost, demon, nor demon. They had transcended the 3 realms and 6 paths. They were not part of the 5 elements. Instinctively, there was a kind of rejection and disgust in his heart. Immediately, he charged toward the other undead creatures. At this time, Yi Shiwen's movements had already attracted the attention of this army of undead creatures. After all, he was too ferocious. Wherever he went, no one could stop him. Even the 2 zombie kings were completely killed by him. Suddenly, the last Jiangshi king, who had been calm and collected, finally made a move. Unlike the other 2 Jiangshi kings, which were like small mountains, this Jiangshi king was only the size of a normal person. However, it possessed a terrifying pressure that the other 2 Jiangshi kings did not possess. Swoosh! A huge sharp claw directly tore through the space and crushed towards Yi Shiwen. It was as fast as lightning. It did not give Yi Shiwen any chance to escape and directly enveloped him. Yi Shiwen didn't dare to be careless. He could feel that this zombie king was truly tyrannical and dreadful. The sky within a radius of 1,000 miles trembled under this claw. The shock wave formed by this claw had shattered all the dead spirits and ferocious creatures within a radius of 100 miles into powder. In order to kill Yi Shiwen, he did not care about accidental injuries at all. Moreover, these were nothing to him at all. A terrifying sense of oppression came crashing down on them. Yi Shiwen was not to be outdone. He directly swept up a huge storm, and fiercely collided with this huge claw. I strongly recommend Chocolate Xianxia novel Immeasurable True Immortal, E.K. Chocolate's latest masterpiece. Refreshing settings and a sense of leveling up made people's blood boil and they applauded. Chocolate's two old books are fine works with 10,000 copies. Credibility and quality are guaranteed. Introduction of Immeasurable True Immortal. Mortals practice immortality. Immortals practice Taoism, and Taoist ancestor practiced Taoism. Young Razin, born with broken meridians, broke through the physical limit with great perseverance, formed a Taoist embryo, stepped on the path of immortality, and explored the secret of eternal life. There is a saying, if immortals can die, it is all fake. Immeasurable True Immortal is eternal. Chapter 1882. Bang! An incomparably loud collision sound was heard, and a large part of the void instantly collapsed. Countless elements of the earth, fire, water, and wind were suddenly thrown into chaos. It looked as if the end of the world had arrived. Countless evil spirits in the surroundings had already been swallowed up by the collapsing void. They didn't even have the time to scream before they were completely swallowed up. Yi Shiwen's next attack had already blasted into the depths of the void. His fist directly smashed into the depths of the void, shattering everything, revealing the figure of a huge, white bone demon. He directly opened a space passage, and from the other side of the endless army of evil spirits he rushed over. Yi Shiwen directly stepped out, directly crossing the space passage, and directly rushed in front of this incomparably huge white bone demon. This white bone demon's pair of bone wings were constantly flapping. It should be some kind of winged race, and its speed was also extremely fast. Seeing that Yi Shiwen was rushing over, it immediately roared and fiercely waved one of its hands. In an instant, in the sky, countless bone spikes directly pierced through the vault of heaven, directly piercing towards Yi Shiwen at an extremely fast speed. Dang! 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 A burst of crisp sounds of collision rang out, and these bone spikes directly pierced into Yi Shiwen's body, but simply could not pierce through Yi Shiwen's tyrant body. He casually waved his hand, and these bone spikes directly exploded. It was simply impossible to stop Yi Shiwen's advance, and in the blink of an eye, it had already rushed in front of him. At this time, this white bone demon finally issued a strange roar at this time. Great Heaven Fist! This white bone demon's fist blasted out and directly blasted out a huge heaven made of white bones and crushed down towards Yi Shiwen. This was the martial arts of the angel race. At this time, Yi Shiwen could also be said to be experienced at this time, more or less able to more or less see some clues. This martial arts was definitely the martial arts of the angel race. In other words, this white bone demon was very likely to be an expert of the angel race when it was alive, and then later died tragically in this place for unknown reasons, and then gave birth to spiritual wisdom, becoming a white bone demon. This punch transformed into a world of the heavens, crushing the heavens. Yi Shiwen's body remained motionless. His hands directly tore out endless golden light. The entire world shook violently between his movements. His big hands were like dragon claws, and they tore the heavenly world into two halves. Countless bones collapsed on the spot with a loud bang. Accept your judgment, sinful mortal. In the hollow eyes of this white bone demon, there was a bright, green, ghostly fire that began to emit bursts of light. His fist pressure had unexpectedly ignited a kind of golden flame. The flame of judgment had directly burned Yi Shiwen's golden light into powder. This was a very strange scene. This white bone demon was clearly formed from the extreme Yin Qi, but the martial arts it used were upright and righteous. At this moment, it was as if an angel had come back to life. You want to judge me with this kind of martial art? Yi Shiwen's eyes showed a hint of a smile. His whole body seemed to have been raised a few times, and his whole person was like a golden overlord. He blasted out a punch, and the entire world was shrouded in the golden fist energy. In an instant, The entire world had turned into a huge universe. At first glance, it was impossible to see where the end was. Yi Shiwen immediately activated the martial arts incarnation. Even if it was only a small part of it, it instantly made his combat power soar to the extreme. His whole person looked dazzling, like the only sun in the universe. Two huge fists collided fiercely. Bang! A violent roar sounded, and the angel race's white bone demon was forced to retreat on the spot by Yi Shiwen's punch. His originally incomparably sturdy fists had cracks on them, and densely packed like a spider web appeared on his bones. Originally, his bones were as white as jade. Even though he had turned into a white bone demon, he did not have the gloomy feeling of an ordinary bone demon. On the contrary, because he was originally from the angel race, he had a kind of majestic righteousness. At this moment, his bones had completely shattered. Roar! The white bone demon continued to roar, as if he was angry that Yi Shiwen had injured him. However, in the blink of an eye, he directly opened his pair of bone wings, and his body turned into a dazzling white light, intending to escape. At this moment, how could he not know that he had hit an iron plate? Although he was a bone demon, it did not mean that his intelligence was low. Over the countless years, his intelligence had been completely nurtured, and was not inferior to that of an ordinary person with deep foresight. He was not stupid. He was about to step into the profound death realm. If he was not afraid of the heavenly tribulation of the profound death realm, he might have already gone through the tribulation and entered the profound death realm. Even so, his cultivation had gradually deepened over the years, allowing his strength to almost reach the peak of the profound life realm. However, the human in front of him was actually so terrifying. He had directly surpassed the limits of the profound life realm and was almost at the level of the profound death realm. His speed was extremely fast, and he directly tore through the space, intending to escape. However, Yi Shiwen's reaction speed was even faster. He suddenly stomped on the ground, and the entire sky shook violently like the surface of the water being blown by a violent gale. The space channel that the white bone demon had just torn and constructed collapsed on the spot. Immediately after, Yi Shiwen had already pounced in front of him and directly kicked him. Bang! A loud explosion sounded, and the white bone demon's body directly caved in from Yi Shiwen's kick. It was unknown how many of his bones were broken. These bones were crystal clear like jade and were very good for refining weapons. However, under Yi Shiwen's foot, they were directly crushed like garbage. Golden divine light appeared on Yi Shiwen's foot. The moment he stepped into the white bone demon's body, the vengeful spirits that were attached to the skeleton were completely annihilated. Then, the white bone demon was grabbed by his big hand and exploded, turning into a sky full of power that surged into his martial arts incarnation. After devouring the white bone demon, Yi Shiwen's first martial arts incarnation was finally completely condensed. Boom! 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 Yi Shiwen's entire body was boiling unceasingly. Waves of astonishing, imposing aura swept out in circles and transformed into a storm. Those dead spirits and ominous creatures that didn't have enough time to retreat were bombarded into pieces on the spot. After condensing the first martial arts incarnation, Yi Shiwen was still unable to completely control it and still needed some time to adapt. At this moment, he stood in the sky like a god. At this moment, the dead spirits and ferocious creatures had long been terrified by Yi Shiwen. Although they were all dead creatures, it did not mean that they did not have intelligence. In addition, the few powerful, undying, ferocious creatures had all been killed by Yi Shiwen. So how could they continue to stay? In an instant, the mighty army of dead spirits dispersed like birds and beasts. At this moment, Yi Shiwen, who was still feeling the power of the first martial arts incarnation, did not have the time to care about them. As for the people from the martial sect who had escaped, why would they continue to look for trouble? He actually succeeded? Qin Lai said in disbelief. The principle of capturing the leader of the bandits was a very common military strategy. However, it was easy to say, to capture the bandits, one must first capture the leader. However, these leaders often represented the strongest group of people. If they wanted to capture the leader of the bandits, they also needed to have the strength to do so. Even the strongest among them was only comparable to the strength of the leaders of the dead spirits and ferocious creatures. To think that Yi Shiwen could eradicate all the dead spirits and ferocious creatures with such ease was simply impossible. As for the people from the martial sect, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw that Yi Shiwen had defeated the army of dead spirits and ferocious creatures. In any case, they had cooperated with Yi Shiwen before. Although they were not necessarily allies, they were not enemies. This Yi Shiwen's strength is stronger than before. It's really terrifying. With such a cultivation speed, he must have a very mysterious inheritance behind him. Otherwise, it is impossible. Yes, that's right. However, we have never heard of this Yi Shiwen before. Young master, did you know this Qin Lai in the ancient wilderness? I didn't expect the ancient demon realm to produce such an amazing person after so many years of decline. Could it be that he has some luck? Yes, I have also heard of the ancient demon realm. Although there are a few good geniuses, they should not be as terrifying as Yi Shiwen. However, speaking of which, the celestial phoenix lady of the ancient phoenix realm, Hua Menghan, also came from the ancient demon realm. There are also a few others. Is it a collective revival? Someone murmured. For them, the ancient demon realm was too much to ask for. That's not right. Look at him. Is he condensing a martial arts incarnation? Suddenly, someone pointed at the looming shadow of the fist incarnation behind Yi Shiwen and said, "What? How is this possible? We have seen him fight with Jun Dingtian before. At that time, he should not have even touched the threshold of condensing martial arts incarnation. I can't be wrong. How could he actually condense martial arts incarnation in such a short time? It's unbelievable. If that's the case, then it would explain why his strength has soared in such a short period of time. After condensing the martial arts incarnation, his strength has doubled, and his combat power has increased by more than doubled." Qin Lai looked at Yi Shiwen with disbelief in his eyes. Yi Shiwen had actually condensed a martial Dao incarnation and was ahead of him once again. No, I can't go on like this. Otherwise, I will fall further and further behind, and will only become a stepping stone on the road to certification. At this time, Yi Shiwen, who was in the sky, seemed to have finally fully adapted to the power of the first martial arts incarnation. The surging aura on his body also gradually calmed down, and he opened his eyes. Chapter 1883. After condensing the first martial arts incarnation, the fist incarnation could not be used immediately. It was the same concept as a child suddenly mastering the power of an adult. It could not be mastered immediately. However, he mastered it quickly. After condensing the fist incarnation, Yi Shiwen could feel that his strength had risen to a whole new level. For example, the Angel Clan's White Bone Demon was almost on par with him in terms of skill. If they were to really fight, it would take a lot of time even if he won without condensing the martial arts incarnation. It would not be like this, where he was almost defeated easily. It was a completely different concept. Just like before, when Yi Shiwen faced Jun Dingtian, he could feel that he was too powerless even though he had already climbed to the peak of the profound life realm. He opened his eyes and took a step forward. He came directly in front of Qin Lai and the martial arts great sect. "Brother Qin, good day," Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Qin Lai's face showed a bit of a forced smile. "Are you really not a monster? We haven't seen each other for a short time, and you are getting stronger and stronger. This time, you even condense the martial arts incarnation. If this goes on, I will be further and further away from you." Qin Lai could not help but say with a bitter smile. Originally, when he first met Yi Shiwen, he inevitably felt that he had a slight advantage. Compared to Yi Shiwen, who was a country bumpkin from the ancient wilderness, he was different. Even in the heavens and realms, martial arts great sect was a colossal existence. There were countless experts in the martial arts great sect, and it had almost become the representative of the human forces in the heavens and realms. Compared to the martial arts great sect, the Yi clan that Yi Shiwen belonged to only had a bit of power in the ancient wilderness. It was completely incomparable to a real giant like the martial arts great sect, who knew that the country bumpkin that he did not pay much attention to back then had now grown to such an extent. "Ha ha ha, Brother Qin, you must be joking." Yi Shiwen laughed out loud. He had just condensed the first martial arts incarnation and was in a good mood. He did not care about Qin Lai's little joke. "But are you also going to find the inheritance of the Lord of Dead Spirits?" Qin Lai asked. "Yes." Yi Shiwen did not hesitate and did not lie. There was nothing to hide. What a coincidence. We're actually going to find the Lord of the Dead Spirits' inheritance too. To be honest, Brother Yi, we've already made some progress, so we're going to meet up with the elders," Qin Lai said straightforwardly. This made Yi Shiwen a little surprised. He thought that Qin Lai would beat around the bush. Now, with the improvement of his strength, the relationship between the two of them should have been Qin Lai leading Yi Shiwen. But now it was somewhat reversed. At the very least, the relationship between the two of them was equal. "Aren't you afraid of telling me, and then I'll snatch it away?" Yi Shiwen said in a somewhat playful manner, "If it's meant to be, it'll happen in the end. If it's not meant to be, then don't force it. Moreover, this news is about to spread, and you'll soon receive the news as well. Instead of that, I might as well do you a favor at little cost. Isn't that better?" Qin Lai said frankly, without the slightest shyness or pretense. No. Yet how great he said. He, martial arts, incarnation. Martial arts. Yi. At this time, there was no need to be too calculative about trivial matters. "Well, I owe you a favor." Yi Shiwen laughed out loud. If Yi Shiwen hesitated, he would be looked down upon. "Ha ha ha! Compared to the fact that you've saved us twice, this bit of information is nothing. However, when it comes to the fight for the inheritance, I won't show any mercy." Qin Lai said with a smile. "Why can't I?" Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Qin Lai's unabashed attitude left a very favorable impression on him. He was not pretentious at all. This was a good friend, although he still had a bit of a utilitarian heart. But so what? Didn't he also want to be on good terms with a colossus like the martial sect? "Since you're also going to fight for the Lord of the Dead Spirits' inheritance, why don't we go together?" Qin Lai said. "Done." Yi Shiwen nodded and agreed. With the help of the martial sect, he would undoubtedly be able to save a lot of effort. Yi Shiwen joined the martial sect's group and began to fly towards the depths of the Dead Soul Plain. Although there were dead spirit creatures constantly attacking them along the way, with Yi Shiwen and Qin Lai, who were experts at the peak of the profound life realm, the ordinary dead spirit creatures were no match for them at all. They were directly smashed apart. Hence, their speed of advancement was not slow at all. In less than half a day, they had reached the depths of the dead spirit's abyss and arrived at the entrance of an underground ruin. The inheritance of the Lord of the Dead Spirits was in this underground ruin. Yi Shiwen rushed over at this time, but it was already a bit late. Many forces had already rushed over. Qin Lai and the others quickly entered the martial sect's camp and met up with them. Different from the martial sect experts who had gone to the Dark Lord's treasury, these martial sect experts who were searching for the inheritance of the Lord of the Dead Spirits were much stronger. In the treasury of the Darkness Master, there were pitifully few experts at the peak of the profound life realm. There were only a few, like Yi Shiwen. However, in this place, there were already a few experts at the peak of the profound life realm among the martial grandmasters. Moreover, their auras were long and they looked dignified. Obviously, they were not ordinary experts at the peak of the profound life realm. Although they hid it well, Yi Shiwen could still see through them. These people were very strong. If Yi Shiwen hadn't gone to the Dark Lord's treasure house before the battle with Jun Dingtian, he wouldn't have been a match for any one of them. However, the situation was different now. Yi Shiwen was very confident and there was nothing to worry about. The martial sect was led by a middle-aged martial artist. He was dressed in a tight outfit and looked very straightforward. However, he revealed a valiant aura. Not bad, not bad. As expected, this kind of thing is the best way to hone oneself. How long has it been? You have already entered the peak of the profound life realm. I'm afraid it won't be long before you surpass us old bones. A satisfied smile appeared on the middle-aged martial artist's face. He didn't feel anything, even though Qin Lai's cultivation had surpassed his. Instead, he felt that the new generation would always surpass the old. This was how a sect should flourish. Elder Lu, you flatter me. Qin Lai said respectfully. Even though his cultivation had already caught up to this middle-aged martial practitioner, he still remembered the care that this Elder Lu had given him over the years. It would not change just because his cultivation had increased. However, what's going on? When we sent the message, we did not make it clear. What's going on? Why aren't we going in? Haven't we already discovered the location of the tomb? At this moment, Elder Lu smiled slightly bitterly and said, "We have indeed discovered the location of the tomb. It should have already been opened. However, there are some disgusting things at the entrance of the tomb ruins. It is because of them that we cannot enter." Hearing this, Yi Shiwen turned his gaze towards the entrance of the ruins. Sure enough, there were traces of a fight at the entrance of the ruins. Moreover, there was a lot of blood splattering out. It seemed as if someone had been killed on the spot. There were also some minced meat and broken bones scattered near the entrance. It was obvious that an intense battle had occurred. What's going on? What's in there? Qin Lai asked hurriedly. I'm not sure what kind of filthy things it is. You should know that this kind of tomb gathers the darkest aura in the world. It is possible for some filthy things to be born. Moreover, the abyss of dead souls is the darkest place in the profound world. Moreover, the Lord of Dead Souls is such an existence. It would not be strange for anything to be in his tomb. Elder Lu shook his head and said, he still did not know. Qin Lai did not continue to ask. In this world, there were many existences that were far beyond the understanding of ordinary people. By the way, Elder Lu, I forgot to introduce you. This is Yi Shiwen. I mentioned him in the previous message. He was the one who saved us from the hands of Jun Dingtian. On the way here, we encountered the army of dead souls. He was also the one who saved us. I owe him 2 lives. Qin Lai introduced Yi Shiwen to Elder Lu. Yi Shiwen, this is Elder Lu. He has always taken care of me. He is a senior that I respect very much. Elder Lu solemnly saluted Yi Shiwen and said, although Qin Lai is still young, he is the hope of our martial sect's new generation. You have saved him, which means you have saved the hope of our martial sect's new generation. It was just a matter of convenience. You don't have to be so polite, Elder. Yi Shiwen said, it might be a matter of convenience for you. However, it is completely different for our martial sect. In short, I will also report this matter to the main sect. In the future, you will be our distinguished guest. If there are any changes in the future, you can also go to the heavenly realm. I can't guarantee anything else, but the martial sect can still protect you. Elder Lu said with a serious look on his face. This made Yi Shiwen somewhat depressed. Elder Lu's words clearly meant that he would definitely be chased like a stray dog and flee to the heavenly realm. However, he also knew that Elder Lu had good intentions, so he did not flare up. Yi Shiwen, Elder Lu's words are more direct. Don't mind him. However, you better be careful. You have slaughtered the people of the Divine Union. I'm afraid that they will not let this matter rest. Qin Lai said to Yi Shiwen with some embarrassment. Chapter 1884. Those guys aren't people with good tempers. You've also offended the people from Cloud Beyond City. TSK, you've only been in the Xian world for a short period of time, but you've already offended the two local tyrants of the Xian world. Qin clicked his tongue in wonder. Although Yi Shiwen's cultivation progress was astonishing, his ability to stir up trouble was also top-notch. In such a short period of time, he had already thoroughly offended the two giants of the Xian world. It was completely conceivable that when he went out, he would definitely attract the crazy pursuit of the people from Cloud Beyond City and the Divine Union. Now, the people from the Divine Union had probably already received the news and set up a shocking array outside, waiting for Yi Shiwen to go out. Even he had to admit defeat and feel ashamed of his own inferiority to Yi Shiwen's ability to stir up trouble. Even if he had a behemoth like the martial sect behind him, he still wouldn't dare to provoke these two terrifying giants at the same time. Even he himself felt a sense of fear when he thought about that scene. Of course, he didn't know that Yi Shiwen had actually already offended the people from the Heaven Desolate Palace when he was in the ancient Barrens continent. It was estimated that the people from the Heaven Desolate Palace would soon receive the news. When that time came, Yi Shiwen would probably face the endless pursuit of the three major forces. Daring to offend all three major forces at the same time could be considered unprecedented. It could be said that he had made enemies everywhere. He simply didn't know what it meant to attract the wind when a tall tree catches the wind. However, he didn't know that although Yi Shiwen was carefree, he also had his own helplessness. For people like Qin Lai, who came from an illustrious immortal inheritance like the martial sect, as long as he paid a little attention and didn't provoke these giants too much, these giants naturally wouldn't specifically find trouble with him for some small matters. After all, the martial sect wasn't a paper tiger, and it wasn't good to provoke them at all. However, when it came to Yi Shiwen, there were no scruples. He could simply kill them if he wanted to. If Yi Shiwen didn't resist, he would die. If he resisted, he would offend them to death. For him, there was no room for choice at all. What he believed in was that if the heavens were to suppress him, he would turn the heavens upside down. If they really want to find trouble with me, I am not a good person. At worst, I will fight to the death and see who will feel sorry for me. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and revealed a grim look on his face. Elder Lu couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he saw Yi Shiwen's resolute attitude. The people who had achieved great things in history were undoubtedly the most stubborn and unswerving individuals. The road to success was very difficult. If there was even the slightest bit of hesitation, then they might fall on that road. There was no doubt that this Yi Shiwen not only had a mysterious origin, but he also seemed to have several outstanding martial arts and magical powers. Moreover, he had a firm will. If he could survive and not die, then his future achievements would be limitless. Such a person could only be roped in and should not be an enemy. At this moment, a group of light rays flashed across the sky. 3 incomparably huge battle fortresses broke through the void and arrived. People from the Divine Union. Yi Shiwen was startled. He was very familiar with the Divine Union's battle fortress. He had forcibly seized such a battle fortress before. Compared to the previous battle fortress, these 3 battle fortresses didn't seem inferior at all. In fact, they seemed to be even more tyrannical. The people from the Divine Union, who had just arrived at the Forbidden Area, didn't say much and immediately gave their orders. Whoosh! 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 Countless beams of divine light swept down and blasted in the direction of the Forbidden Area. Boom! Not long after, an earth-shattering explosion was heard from the entrance of the Forbidden Area. It was so loud that it made people's souls tremble. Resplendent divine lights pierced through the clouds and connected the sky and the earth. It was like a volcanic eruption. Boundless spiritual influence was destroyed and surged out violently. The dazzling light was like a tsunami that rushed in all directions. Many of the rogue cultivators present had already taken a step back when they saw the terrifying divine light. Even so, they could still feel the shock waves formed by the explosion, which spread in all directions like waves in the sea. However, everyone realized that although the Divine Union's battle fortress had blasted out a great power, it simply hadn't destroyed the entrance of the ruins. When the endless smoke and dust dissipated, everyone could see that nothing had changed. The tomb of the Lord of the Dead Spirits is indeed impressive. It must be an unrivaled expert. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but comment. Just looking at the entrance of the ruins, which couldn't be destroyed by the 3 battle fortresses, one could imagine the countless dangers within the tomb. Clearly, the people from the Divine Union simply didn't believe it. They must have received news that everyone was surrounded at the entrance and didn't believe that their battle fortress couldn't even open the tomb. In the end, reality had given them a huge slap in the face and made them the focus of everyone's ridicule. On the battle fortress, many people from the Divine Union had ugly expressions on their faces. Didn't I say that the people from the Divine Union would definitely get the cold shoulder? Aren't they just relying on the manufacturing method of the ancient battle fortress to run amok? Do they really think that the battle fortress can handle everything? How arrogant and conceited. There are so many of us here, yet we can't even rush in. Do they really think they can? That's right, but the monsters inside should be mostly dead after this indiscriminate bombardment. Many people were more concerned about whether the monsters in the darkness, which had caused so many people to suffer grievances, still existed at the entrance of the ruins. This was the most important thing to them. Yi Shiwen finally understood. It turned out that the people from the Divine Union had actually wanted to bring the battle fortress in. However, the entrance was too small, so they had no choice but to blast a way out. The battle fortress contained many lost ancient techniques and was of an extremely high grade. Ordinary spatial equipment simply wouldn't be able to contain them. After all, not all spatial equipment was of a high grade like the Tianyuan mirror, which could store anything on the spot. Unfortunately, the people from the Divine Union had probably already failed. Suddenly, he saw a beam of light flying across the sky towards the battle fortress. He opened his magic eyes and saw that this person was none other than Chu Yin, who had escaped from his hands earlier. Zhan Ming wanted to turn around and kill Yi Shiwen, but was killed by Yi Shiwen instead. Chu Yin didn't turn around, so he escaped. After Chu Yin boarded the battle fortress, he gestured to a sturdy middle-aged man in purple and pointed towards Yi Shiwen, as if saying something. Yi Shiwen's heart skipped a beat. Had he been discovered? He hadn't concealed his aura when he'd arrived. Given Chu Yin's strength, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to discover him. Sure enough, the 3 battle fortresses rumbled towards the Martial Sex group very quickly. The Martial Sex group immediately released their aura as if they were facing a formidable enemy. One by one, the powerhouses flew up. People from the Divine Union, do you want to start an all-out war with the Martial Sect? Elder Lu said as he flew into the air. In his opinion, the Divine Union's actions were no different from starting an all-out war. Elder Lu, we are not here to cause trouble for the Martial Sect today. We are here to find the culprit who destroyed a team of our Divine Union's troops. The sturdy middle-aged man in purple who had been talking to Chu Yun on Battle Fortress No. 1 flew up and faced Elder Lu's aura from a distance. A domineering aura swept out as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. It seemed as if everything was under his control. At this moment, everyone finally understood that the people from the Divine Union were here to find Yi Shiwen. The people from the various factions finally understood that the people from the Divine Union were actually here to find Yi Shiwen. Many of them had never seen Yi Shiwen's strength before, so they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Originally, they had thought that the Divine Union and the Martial Sect were going to start an all-out war. That way, they would be able to watch a good show for free. In the end, it was the Divine Union who were here to cause trouble for Yi Shiwen. Given the Divine Union's strength and the 3 battle fortresses, they would definitely be able to kill one person at a time. There was simply no suspense. Yi Shiwen is now our Martial Sect's honored guest. Our Martial Sect has never had such a tradition. Elder Lu stepped forward and said, Since he had determined that Yi Shiwen had great potential, he naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to rope him in. He was sure that the people from the Divine Union wouldn't start a war, and they definitely wouldn't dare to shed all pretense of cordiality with the martial sect. Although they had always been at odds with each other in the mysterious world, that was completely different from shedding all pretense of cordiality. Even if they took a step back, they wouldn't have any reason to retreat just because Yi Shiwen had saved Qinlai and the others twice. Moreover, if they really retreated, wouldn't others think that the martial sect was afraid of the Divine Union? If they were scared by the Divine Union and handed over their honored guest, who would dare to make friends with the martial sect in the future? Elder Lu, you have to think carefully. Can you bear the consequences of offending the Divine Union for this little bastard? Suddenly, a middle-aged woman in orange clothes flew out from the second battle fortress. The aura on her body was very powerful, and it wasn't inferior to that of the middle-aged man in purple clothes. That's right. After all, the martial sect can't cover the sky with one hand in the mysterious world with one hand. This matter can be considered as the Divine Union owing you a favor. How about it? Then a middle-aged man in white clothes flew out from the third battle fortress. His face was full of hatred. He looked at Yi Shiwen as if he wanted to peel off his skin and pull out his tendons. Elder Lu's face turned cold. He was just about to speak when he saw that Yi Shiwen had already shot forward like an arrow. Elder Lu, you don't have to say any more. Since they want to die, let's fulfill their wish. Chapter 1885. He no longer had any intention of backing down. Given the current situation between him and the Divine Union, neither of them could really take a step back. Hence, they could only fight to the death. There was no need to say anything else. You are Yi Shiwen? You are very bold. The middle-aged man in purple sneered disdainfully. Yi Shiwen's words didn't make him angry. Instead, they made him feel a little disdainful. Everyone dared to provoke the Divine Union. If they all took it to heart, the Divine Union would be extremely busy. He reached out with his hand, and the boundless laws in his hand condensed into a huge magic sword. It flickered with a terrifying radiance in the void and split the space apart. An incomparably huge sword chi flew out and slashed towards Yi Shiwen. His attack was at the peak of the profound life realm. He didn't hold back at all. No matter how much he looked down on Yi Shiwen, he couldn't hide the fact that Yi Shiwen had already entered the peak of the profound life realm. He wouldn't hold back when facing an existence of the same realm. There was no unnecessary words between the two of them. This was a battle that would decide life and death. If they weren't careful, they could be easily killed by each other. Amidst this boundless divine radiance, it was as if all the sounds in the world had disappeared in an instant. Only the terrifying sound of the endless laws of the magic sword slashing down was left. Boom! A mushroom cloud of energy rose up. With all its might, it wreaked havoc in all directions like a raging tide of energy. Whoosh! Whoosh! The people present could not see the center of the airwaves at all. They could only feel that the wind was like a giant wolf, sweeping over them in waves, causing their clothes to flutter. They could not even open their eyes, and could only use their divine sense to scan the area. However, they saw that the earth-shattering magic sword had actually been blocked by Yi Shiwen's hand. It wasn't damaged in the slightest. How can his physical body be so strong? Elder Lu of the martial sect was stunned. He couldn't believe that Yi Shiwen was actually so tyrannical. This was simply unbelievable. What kind of physique is this? I've never seen or heard of it before. It's comparable to our sect's ancient 9-9 mysterious soldier technique. Unbelievable. The other members of the martial arts sect were also moved. It should be known that the tactics of the 9-9 arcane army was an absolute art left behind by the war saint Sun Wu before the martial arts sect was established. When practiced to the extreme, it could kill gods and demons. Over the years following the martial arts sect's conquest of the East and West, The name of the tactics of the 9-9 arcane army had spread to the heavens and was known as one of the absolute arts of the martial arts sect. Moreover, the 9-9 mysterious soldier technique had directly become an immortal powerhouse. One could imagine how powerful the 9-9 mysterious soldier technique was. In his heart, it was not inferior to the 9-9 mysterious soldier technique. It was already a first-class martial art in the world. This was the highest evaluation. Many other old antiques present also made similar evaluations. Although there were many rumors about Yi Shiwen before, including Zhanming, who was at the peak of the profound life realm, legends were just legends. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who knew whether it was true or not? Many people didn't even believe that Yi Shiwen had such ability. They were very clear about Zhanming's strength. Among the younger generation, there weren't many who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. How could he die so easily in the hands of this guy? This was not scientific at all. This was also the fundamental reason why the purple-clothed, middle-aged man didn't take Yi Shiwen seriously at the beginning. However, after exchanging blows, he immediately realized that the legend was probably true. How is this possible? He can catch my magic sword with just his body. The purple-clothed man looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. This was a situation he had never encountered before. If everyone could catch a blade with their bare hands, then what was the point of practicing swordsmanship and saber techniques so painstakingly? He was very clear about the power of his magic sword. It could even be said that it could completely crush a mountain into atoms. He had never thought that it would be caught by someone with bare hands. Yi Shiwen sneered. In his hand, the magic sword rotated rapidly and trembled rapidly. It wanted to cut his palm, but it couldn't shake Yi Shiwen's tyrant body at all. The golden light on his body surged in all directions like a golden wave. He moved in an instant. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, forming a huge, incomparably huge star. It formed a huge spiral energy, directly blasting a big hole in the void. The chaotic airflow scattered in all directions, and the space seemed to be peeled off piece by piece, shattering in response. In an instant, it boiled to the extreme, directly penetrated the vast sky, and blasted towards the purple-clothed, middle-aged man. Everyone quieted down in an instant. It didn't matter whether they knew about Yi Shiwen's strength or had only heard some tyrannical legends about Yi Shiwen. At this time, they were completely shocked by Yi Shiwen. They were shocked by this kind of terrifying conquest. Such power was simply endless. It was far more powerful than they had imagined. Yi Shiwen's counterattack speed was extremely fast, powerful, and sharp. In an instant, it had already blasted through the vast sky and arrived in front of the purple-clothed, middle-aged man. Crack! 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 Everyone only heard a loud, shattering sound, and then only saw that the purple-clothed, middle-aged man's body protection instantly shattered completely. Under Yi Shiwen's attack, his tyrannical body protection actually shattered inch by inch. Under the purple-clothed, middle-aged man's incredulous gaze, Yi Shiwen's fist had already reached the purple-clothed, middle-aged man's chest. Bang! With an incomparably loud collision sound, the middle-aged man was blasted away on the spot. His entire body was directly blasted away on the spot, like a kite, with a broken string. He was completely no match for Yi Shiwen, and actually could not even block one of his attacks. And the person who truly understood this was not anyone else, but Chu Yun. Originally, he still dared to say that he could at least entangle Yi Shiwen, and that it would be very difficult for Yi Shiwen to kill him. In just a short period of time, his cultivation was already considered to be not slow, but compared to Yi Shiwen's rapid cultivation, it seemed that it was not enough at all. At this moment, he finally understood why Zhanming would suffer such a huge loss at Yi Shiwen's hands, and even in the end, even died at Yi Shiwen's hands. There was no other reason, not because of his tyrannical strength, but because of his incredible speed of improvement. It was simply inconceivable, and after Yi Shiwen's attack succeeded, he did not stop at the slightest and formed another fist on the spot. Endless fist energy directly blasted out, and the void distorted into a huge shadow of the universe, sweeping across the sky and crushing towards the purple-clothed, middle-aged man. Everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Yi Shiwen really wanted to kill them all. This Yi Shiwen was indeed vicious and merciless, far beyond everyone's imagination. At this moment, the white-clothed middle-aged man was finally unable to endure it any longer, and immediately took action. Terror flashed within his eyes. It had only been a short moment, but the purple-clothed man, who was also at the peak of the profound life stage, had actually been defeated. In fact, the purple-clothed man did not even gain the upper hand, nor did he suppress the purple-clothed man. Instead, he had been utterly defeated. He had completely suffered a huge loss. Such a scene, how frightening was this? It was simply inconceivable. The invincible demeanor of an invincible and matchless expert. At this moment, they finally understood. It was not because Zhang Ming was too weak that he lost to Yi Shiwen, but because Yi Shiwen was too strong. Not to mention Zhang Ming. If it were them, the result would be the same. Originally, they thought that the purple-clothed middle-aged man was enough to suppress Yi Shiwen, and even kill him, at the very least tie with him. Who would have thought that the final scene would be like this? It was inconceivable. The situation was too urgent, and he had no choice but to attack. Yi Shiwen was calm, and his attacks were ruthless, like a matchless god. This white-clothed man had rich combat experience, and had also crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Almost at a glance, he saw Yi Shiwen's weakness. Just now, when he defeated the green-clothed man with a punch, it was precisely when he had exhausted his old strength, and before he could generate new strength, he immediately took advantage of this gap and directly attacked. The mighty martial arts torrent smashed the sky, and wherever the divine light passed, the space shattered, as if it wanted to directly slap Yi Shiwen to death. But what he did not expect was that Yi Shiwen's reaction speed was even faster, and even did not give him much time to react at all. Yi Shiwen directly turned around, and a pair of golden fists directly blasted out a momentum that seemed like the destruction of the universe, and went against the martial arts torrent. Boom! That scene was horrifying, like the end of the world. A huge mushroom cloud rose, and the terrifying energy storm directly obliterated the atoms. Then everyone only saw that in the huge mushroom cloud, there was a big hand directly torn out from it, and all the mushroom cloud in the sky was sucked into it, and then it rose against the wind, growing bigger and bigger in the void, and actually grew to the size of a small mountain in one breath, directly slapping down towards the white-clothed middle-aged man. Die! The white-clothed middle-aged man directly pulled out a huge axe, which was engraved with countless patterns, respectively representing the traces of different martial arts trajectories and principles. At this moment, he did not care about hiding his strength, and directly slashed down towards the big hand with the axe. Boom! An incomparably loud rumble was heard. Chapter 1886. Puff! The middle-aged man in white was no better off than the purple-robed man. He was sent flying by Yi Shiwen's punch. An invincible aura that looked down on the world was displayed between his eyebrows. A majestic aura spread out from his body. The power that came out of his body was so strong that it could even collapse the void. The surrounding spectators retreated frantically. They had been retreating since the beginning. For them, they could be seriously injured if they were to get involved in the battle between several peak, profound life realm experts. It could almost blast a permanent hole in the sky and destroy everything within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. This Yi Shiwen is too ferocious. He's so strong. No wonder Zhang Ming died at his hands. That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. He killed Zhang Ming effortlessly. With such strength, I'm afraid he has long been invincible in the peak profound life realm. The crowd began to discuss spiritedly. They had to admit that Yi Shiwen's power was too terrifying. He had crippled 2 peak profound life realm experts in a matter of seconds. It was as if there was really a peerless overlord fighting and conquering all those who refused to submit. Everyone was a little scared. What a joke! How could they continue? He was simply invincible. No, he wasn't invincible. In fact, he had enemies. Didn't they say that he was beaten half to death by Jun Dingtian? Yi Shiwen alone was already so powerful. How powerful would Jun Dingtian be? No one dared to imagine. Even though they were all knowledgeable old monsters who had cultivated for many years and were used to seeing miraculous things in the world, it was still rare to see such a tyrannical person. This was not an expert who had already stepped into the profound death realm. They were both in the profound life realm, but the gap between them was like that of life and death. Divine Alliance, War God Transformation. Immediately after, before Yi Shiwen could continue his attack, he heard a dozen voices shouting in unison. But at this moment, the crowd only saw a gigantic shadow descending from the sky. From afar, it was a god of war clad in golden armor, wielding an iron spear in his hand as if he was about to set off to conquer the world at any moment. Every movement of his was filled with an invincible will that could cause the heavens and earth to submit, as if a god had truly come back to life and descended upon the world. Many people already felt a terrible threat. Such a great existence, even if it was just a phantom, was enough to scare many people to death. Could that be the war god that the Divine Union worships? Rumor has it that the leader of the Divine Union obtained the inheritance of a war god and became the last disciple of that fallen war god. That was how his cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time. In just one generation, he developed the Divine Union to the point where its name shook the entire Shen world and even qualified to be on equal footing with old sects like us. In the Divine Union, more than half of the martial arts came from this war god. That's right, it should be this war god. I didn't expect that this war god would actually leave behind such a martial art. Looking at his monstrous killing intent, I don't know how many tyrannical existences he had killed in the past. He's not someone that ordinary people can handle. Ever since this war god had been born, he had slowly become stronger and more tyrannical. He had even climbed to a whole new realm, the invincible realm. The members of the Divine Union finally couldn't restrain themselves any longer after seeing Yi Shiwen defeat two experts at the peak of the profound life realm. They wanted to take action. If they allowed Yi Shiwen to continue behaving so savagely, they would all be annihilated. At this time, there was no other way. The leader was the woman in the orange robe. At this moment, she led a group of people and rushed towards Yi Shiwen with gritted teeth. Yi Shiwen's expression didn't change. He immediately operated the observing person scripture. Suddenly, every pore on his body emitted a golden sword light. This sword light condensed behind him and formed the shadow of a king. Its imposing aura was monstrous, as if an emperor who had conquered the world had suddenly come back to life. This king had a resolute face and looked lifelike. His body also carried a bit of a king's aura. It was indeed the resurrection of a king. He held a long sword in his hand and conquered the world. Yi Shiwen's observing person scripture was operating unceasingly. The king behind him took the initiative to attack. The sword light tore apart the storm of the long sword and covered everything in the world. It directly raised the land within a radius of 50 kilometers to the ground. Even the sky was collapsing inch by inch. Under this storm of sword light, everything collapsed. Everyone's state of mind was incomparable. Even though they were more than 50 kilometers away, they could still feel the terrifying sword light directly cutting the skin on their faces. It was extremely painful. This scene was really too terrifying. One could almost see the primal chaos swaying in the void. This attack seemed to be able to penetrate the universe. On the other side, the war god shadow condensed by the members of the Divine Union also let out a long and resounding roar. Without hesitation, it brandished the iron spears in its hands and pounced towards the king behind Yi Shiwen. Its imposing aura was boundless and extremely terrifying. Go to hell. Yi Shiwen opened his eyes. His golden pupils suddenly lit up. His entire body seemed to have condensed into a corpse behind him. They were indistinguishable. The face of that huge king's shadow slowly turned into Yi Shiwen's appearance. Boom! The collision between both sides directly collapsed the endless void. The dozen or so peak profound life realm experts retreated on the spot. Their faces turned red, and they directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Their eyes were still filled with complete disbelief. So many of them had joined forces, but their skills were actually not as high as Yi Shiwen's. How was this possible? Yi Shiwen did not give them any chance to refute. He immediately formed a huge tornado with his sword. It was incomparably frantic and directly bombarded the golden-armored war god's body. It ruthlessly penetrated the golden-armored war god's body and directly blasted a huge hole in it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the golden-armored war god's body shattered inch by inch. Everyone kept quiet out of fear and could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. The rumored invincible war god phantasm had actually been directly defeated. Moreover, it had been so easily defeated. This was simply inconceivable. Could it be that he had already stepped into the profound death stage? Could he really have already entered the profound death realm? Everyone had a somewhat incredulous look on their faces. No, I can't sense any profound death realm aura from his body. He must still be at the profound life realm. However, how could he be so powerful? At this moment, only Qinlai and the others seemed to understand why Yi Shiwen was so ferocious after seeing the martial path embodiment that Yi Shiwen had condensed. Even a few peak profound life realm experts had actually been defeated by him. However, even they had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Could condensing a martial path embodiment cause such a huge change in strength? They did not dare to believe it. It was not that they did not know about condensing a martial path embodiment, but they did not know that it could actually be so tyrannical. He has really reached the unrivaled, profound life realm. Qin Lai could not help but mutter to himself. After the divine union's war god shadow was shattered, every single one of them was seriously injured. Their bodies were directly sent flying, and they crashed heavily into the battle fortress. At this moment, the members of the divine union on the battle fortress still had looks of disbelief on their faces. In just a short while, all the peak profound life realm experts among them had actually been defeated. Not a single one was left. They had yet to return to their senses and recover from the shock. What was going on? Even if they were compared to veteran forces like the Martial Sect or the Desolate Heaven Palace, they would not have been defeated so miserably. Go, let's go. At this moment, the purple-robed, middle-aged man glanced at the tomb of the dead spirit lord and could not help but grit his teeth as he spoke furiously. No matter how much he wanted to obtain the inheritance of the dead spirit lord, he had no choice but to harden his heart and give up when he thought about Yi Shiwen's shocking strength. Although the inheritance of the dead spirit lord was good, it had to be enjoyed in a proper manner. Those people were slightly stunned. However, they still did not dare to defy the authority of the purple-robed, middle-aged man. Furthermore, they had witnessed Yi Shiwen's frightening strength with their own eyes, so they understood why he had made such a decision. Where do you think you're going? Just as they were hesitating, Yi Shiwen directly controlled the king's phantom to pounce on the battle fort like a small hill. Boom! A deafening roar was heard as two huge footprints appeared on the entire battle fortress. It started to shake violently as if it had encountered a sudden attack from a heavy object. The long sword in the hand of the huge shadow began to boil. It swept across the entire surface of the battle fortress. Boom! 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 The array formation on the surface of the entire battle fortress was destroyed in an instant. How could Yi Shiwen not be aware of this after suffering from the array formation on the surface of the battle fortress previously? The array formation on the surface of the battle fortress was destroyed in an instant. His entire body was like a deity that had descended to the mortal world. He directly appeared above the battle fortress and unleashed his wind, thunder domain. Ah! 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 Intense screams were heard from the battle fortress. The people from the Divine Union who had been left on the battle fortress were simply no match for Yi Shiwen. In an instant, hundreds of them were killed by Yi Shiwen at an extremely fast speed. The other two battle fortresses did not dare stay any longer after seeing the miserable state of the battle fortress. They immediately turned into streams of light and fled, not caring about the miserable screams of their comrades on the battle fortress. Chapter 1887. Yi Shiwen's martial power had reached a whole new level, so the battle fort was no match for him. He swept the battle fort with lightning speed and slaughtered all the experts on the fort. Then, all of them fell into his pocket. Although the remaining people from the Divine Union managed to escape in the end, it could be said that he had gained a lot this time. This trip was not in vain. The others could only watch helplessly as he single-handedly destroyed the entire Divine Union. In their eyes, Yi Shiwen had gone from an ordinary person to a super-threatening level. If possible, they wouldn't want to offend such a person. However, they had to fight for the inheritance of the dead spirit lord, even if they didn't want it. After keeping the battle fortress, Yi Shiwen looked at the tomb of the dead spirit lord again. The tomb was now open, but no one dared to rush in. This was because there seemed to be an extremely terrifying existence in the tomb. Even the experienced teams of the major forces did not dare to casually barge in. At the entrance of the tomb, dark clouds formed by the condensed aura of death covered the sky and covered everything. Yi Shiwen returned to the martial sex group. After this round of slaughter, no one dared to underestimate Yi Shiwen anymore. If they were outside, they would not have paid any attention to Yi Shiwen. What kind of colossus were they? A puny, profound life realm cultivator wanted to overturn the heavens in front of them. He was still far from that level. However, in the Dead Soul Abyss, no one dared to underestimate this person. Yi Shiwen, you might have been surrounded before. However, I'm sure that the people from the Divine Union have already mobilized a large number of troops to wait for you outside. Once you go out, you will face a thunderous attack from the people from the Divine Union. Qin Lai kindly reminded him. Yi Shiwen replied fearlessly, "It's nothing. I naturally have my ways. The threat of the Divine Union is still far away. You have even offended the people from Cloud Beyond City. I'm afraid that Chu Yin was part of the reason why the people from the Divine Union attacked just now. They might stab you in the back later. You have to be careful." Qin Lai could not help but smile bitterly when he saw Yi Shiwen like this. It seemed that Yi Shiwen had been this unscrupulous and lawless ever since he had met him. He had even dared to cause trouble at a wedding in a place like the ancient Phoenix realm. They are just a bunch of useless people who don't even dare to fight. What is there to worry about? Yi Shiwen said with absolute confidence. In the past, he might have been worried. However, after condensing his first martial arts incarnation, his strength had increased exponentially. He naturally did not care about the threat of these experts from Cloud Beyond City. Everyone's attention quickly returned from Yi Shiwen's body and returned to the tomb. After all, the main purpose of everyone's visit this time was to obtain the inheritance inside this tomb. However, everyone was still extremely fearful. With their strength at the profound life stage, and even those at the peak of the profound life stage, they unexpectedly did not dare to casually enter. Yi Shiwen was just about to ask Qin Lai exactly what kind of monster was inside the cave of the tomb that could scare them to such an extent. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded in the sky from afar. Two huge rays of light tore through the dark abyss of the dead souls. It was as if two thunderbolts had struck in the clear sky, loud and clear. Everyone immediately looked over and saw that in the distant sky, two huge balls of light were approaching from afar. They were approaching at an astonishing speed. It seemed that two figures were fighting fiercely. The void around these two huge light clusters was like glass, shattering into nothingness inch by inch. Chaos poured out from the void. As they rushed closer and closer, a huge crack was formed. It spread all the way to the tomb. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone was just in a daze. The two figures had instantly torn through the void and rushed in. Two bursting sword lights instantly lit up the entire radius of 1,000 miles. What? Someone went in. Not good. Who the hell is it? Everyone suddenly became noisy. Previously, they were worried that no one would be willing to be the first to rush in. However, now that someone had rushed in first, they suddenly became worried. Someone had rushed in first. What if they got the inheritance first? All of a sudden, everyone was in a dilemma. Chase. No matter who they are, chase. We must not let them get the inheritance first. Yi Shiwen didn't know which side's lord was the first to roar. Then he only heard a stream of light crazily flying towards the tomb. Even the people of Martial Great Sect behind him were no exception. They didn't even have the time to greet each other. Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding with each other and flew towards the tomb together. In an instant, there was no one outside the tomb. At this time, Yi Shiwen suddenly remembered why the two sword lights felt so familiar. One of them had a strong aura of 3,000 sword principles. All kinds of strange sword principles swept over. This person was none other than Jun Dingtian, who had fought with Yi Shiwen before. As for the other one, that blue cold light also made Yi Shiwen feel incomparably familiar. He suddenly remembered that it was none other than Yi Qianshan. That cold light should be the light emitted by the snow jade sword. He was all too familiar with it. There was a look of surprise on his face. He didn't expect to meet Yi Qianshan here instead of Hua Minghan. He hadn't seen Yi Qianshan since the catastrophe more than 100 years ago. In these more than 100 years, Yi Qianshan seemed to have returned to the Yi clan. However, she didn't stay for long and soon disappeared. The other peerless genius of the Yi clan, Yi Shukong, also left not long after Yi Qianshan disappeared. Before he left behind a message that he was going to look for the inheritance of God. At this time, he was naturally ecstatic to see Yi Qianshan again. However, he suddenly became worried. Jun Dingtian was not an easy person to deal with. Although from the situation just now, it seemed that Yi Qianshan was not at a disadvantage, he was still worried. Without hesitation, he directly jumped into the entrance of the tomb. Yi Shiwen's speed was extremely fast, although he had started late, but he still managed to catch up with the large group of people and instantly entered the tomb. Behind the narrow hole was a very spacious underground cave. However, even with everyone's eyesight, they could only vaguely see some parts of it and couldn't see the whole thing. Everyone immediately understood that this should be related to someone setting up a formation. Otherwise, it would not be like this. At this time, everyone just wanted to chase after the two people who had already rushed into the cave. One after another, they rushed into the cave in a chaotic manner. Roar! Suddenly, a breathtaking roar of a dead creature came from the darkness. This roar was completely different from that of a living creature, and it immediately woke everyone up. Wasn't it because of this creature in the darkness that they didn't dare to rush in before? Long before Yi Shiwen arrived, some people had already tried to go in. There was only one result, and that was that they died tragically in the cave. Everyone could only hear their screams, but they couldn't tell what was in the cave. Suddenly, an incomparably huge bone claw grabbed out from the darkness, and directly grabbed towards a profound life-stage elder of the Heaven Wasteland Hall. Due to the Heaven Wasteland Hall being the fastest, they were far ahead of everyone at this time. The elder's reaction wasn't slow at all. He immediately drew his long blade, and an astonishing blade glow erupted from the blade, after which it ruthlessly chopped down on the bone claw. Clang! However, he only heard a crisp sound of metal clashing. His saber gleam could not do anything to this huge bone claw, and was directly caught on the spot. Ah! The elder screamed miserably. The bone claw directly pierced through his chest and crushed his heart. Blood immediately spurted out, and his organs that had turned into minced meat flowed out. In the next moment, all the essence blood in his body was completely absorbed by the bone claw. After the bone claw absorbed all the essence blood in the elder's body, the number of blood vein-like nerves on the bone claw increased. Everything was so bloody and frightening. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying, profound life-stage expert was instantly killed. What is this? Everyone calm down. Don't be afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of. We're all here, so why would we be afraid of these dead things? What should we do? At this time, everyone had already turned into a mess. They simply didn't know what to do. Some people tried to calm down, while others were already in a mess. Another miserable shriek rang out. Another person was grabbed by the bone claw within the darkness and dragged into the darkness. This time, the person who suffered was the leader of a small faction. Furthermore, he was an expert at the late profound life stage. However, he was unable to endure such a claw attack. Everyone was scared witless. They had just entered, and 2 profound life stage experts had already been grabbed to death. What exactly was this other side of the darkness? At this moment, everyone's hearts palpitated endlessly. It wasn't only because of the monster within the darkness, but also because they had lost sight of the figures of the 2 people who had entered before them. Damn it! I don't know what kind of formation is here that prevents us from seeing what's going on. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a passive position, Qin Lai said while clenching his teeth. Not only could one's eyes not see in the darkness, even one's divine sense could not extend out. It was blocked by a mysterious power. Everyone, there might be a formation set up by someone here. However, no matter what kind of formation it is, there will definitely be a formation core. Everyone, find this formation core and destroy it. Then, we will be able to resolve this predicament. At this moment, Martial Sect's elder Lu flew over and shouted. Chapter 1888. Yes, we can't panic at this time. Otherwise, we will be defeated by this monster one by one. Everyone calm down. Don't panic. There is nothing to be afraid of. It is just the same thing as what we have encountered before. At this time, the respected leaders of the major forces also stood up and organized the order. They couldn't let such a chaotic situation continue. Otherwise, they could only be annihilated or retreat. However, they had already paid such a huge price to come here. How could they be willing to retreat at this time? Yi Shiwen nodded. These people were indeed experienced people. In this situation, the most terrifying thing was not the monster, but the unknown. As long as they knew what the monster was, there would definitely be a way to deal with it. Under the leadership of the leaders of the major forces, everyone gradually calmed down and no longer panicked. Although there were still people who were directly caught by the bone claws from time to time, and then after a while they heard screams and the horrifying sound of bones being chewed. Suddenly, in the void, there was another extremely shrill sound. Yi Shiwen suddenly realized that it was not good. At this time, the huge bone claws had instantly caught in front of him. It almost didn't give him any time to react, and it had already fiercely grabbed his face. The speed of this bone claws was much faster than the speed of sound transmission. So when Yi Shiwen heard the sound, the bone claws had already caught him. Dang! Just when the bone claws were about to grab Yi Shiwen's body, he saw that the yin-yang life and death diagram suddenly emerged from his body. The yin-yang life and death diagram burst out endless yin-yang life and death qi. Like a bright light, it fell down and completely protected Yi Shiwen in it. The bone claws directly crushed the light curtain on the spot. The 5 fingers fiercely inserted into the light curtain. It was only a few millimeters away from grabbing Yi Shiwen's face in one breath. Yi Shiwen just snorted coldly. Although he was sneak attacked, he was not in a hurry at that time. Without the slightest bit of politeness, he directly grabbed towards the void with his big hand and grabbed a golden sharp sword. It set off a monstrous sword light and directly slashed towards the bone claws. Rumble! The sword light crushed down with the force of 10,000 caddies, causing the entire void to collapse. In an instant, it landed on that bone claw. The skeletal claw's reaction speed was also very fast. It once again rushed towards Yi Shiwen with lightning speed. Clang! Another incomparably loud explosion sound was heard. The sword light and the bone claw ferociously collided with each other. It was like the crisp sound of gold and iron colliding with each other. However, it was accompanied by a terrifying energy tide that swept out. The speed of Yi Shiwen's sword light was extremely fast. It was also extremely sharp and very powerful. It directly cut off one of the 6 fingers on the bony claw. Only the monster's painful roar could be heard in the darkness. Although it was an undead creature, this undead creature was clearly reconstructing its body and regaining the sense of pain that ordinary creatures had. After suffering a loss in the fight with Yi Shiwen, the bony claw retreated very quickly. It didn't hesitate at all. After missing its attack, it fled thousands of miles away, just like an assassin. It was also a cunning and circumspect monster. The battle here had also fallen into the eyes of many observant people. It was impossible for them to not deal with a matchless expert like Yi Shiwen. When they saw that Yi Shiwen had been attacked, a somewhat happy smile appeared on many people's faces. However, when they saw that Yi Shiwen was fine in the end, many people became disappointed. Many people couldn't wait for Yi Shiwen to die tragically in the belly of this monster. That way, they would have one less strong competitor. Yi Shiwen, who had single-handedly beaten the Divine Union, made them feel that they really couldn't muster up any thoughts of fighting against him. Furthermore, it would be best if they didn't have to personally deal with such an opponent. It would be best if the monster helped to eat him up. They could have one less competitor, but they wouldn't have to personally deal with him. It couldn't be better. However, it was a pity that Yi Shiwen's strength was indeed incomparably powerful. Even a monster that could casually kill a profound life realm expert couldn't do anything to Yi Shiwen. It seemed like it had even suffered some losses at his hands. Yi Shiwen, are you all right? Qin Lai's voice came from the darkness. He was also shocked when he saw that Yi Shiwen had been attacked. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen was fine. I'm fine. Yi Shiwen shook his head. In this darkness, everyone's divine senses were greatly affected. Their eyes couldn't see, and their divine senses couldn't be used either. It was equivalent to becoming blind, although they could still see things within a certain range. Such a small distance was no different from being blind to these matchless experts who could easily cover thousands of miles with just a thought. Therefore, he didn't continue to chase after them. After all, he simply didn't know what was in the depths of the darkness. What exactly was that monster? However, after this battle, he instantly became spirited. He definitely had to be careful. Otherwise, he might even die a tragic death here. He swept his gaze across, only to see a few experts who were proficient in deducing formations walking out from each of the major forces. They began to gather together and began to calculate. At this moment, everyone worked together in a rare show of unity. After all, everyone was very clear that if they couldn't break the formation, they could only be attacked passively like this. Either they were completely annihilated, or they obediently retreated. There was no third way out. If they couldn't resolve the crisis before them, there would be no future to speak of. Therefore, they didn't hide anything or hold anything back at this time. Yi Shiwen also quietly sensed. As long as a formation was formed, no matter how exquisite it was, there would always be traces left behind. If Yi Shiwen's understanding of formations was only a little better than ordinary warriors in the past, it couldn't be compared to those experts who specialized in formations. It could be said that Yi Shiwen's understanding of array formations had advanced by leaps and bounds after he had gone through the Ghost Heartfire Great Array. In order to crack the Ghost Heartfire Great Array and understand it, Yi Shiwen didn't know how much array formation knowledge he had deduced from the mysterious space. His knowledge in this field had undergone earth-shaking changes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent almost all of his wealth on this ghost heart fire grade array. Soon, he found some of the veins of the entire formation in the darkness, and there were some traces. It seemed that a powerful force was operating this formation, so that this formation could still be used after so many years. Time passed, minute by minute, second by second. It was simply like a year for everyone. Every minute and every second was a kind of torment. People's screams were constantly heard as they were captured on the spot by the huge bone claw. Then, chewing sounds came from the darkness. They should have been eaten by some monster. They didn't have tyrannical strength, like Yi Shiwen. Not only did he escape the fatal blow, but he even counterattacked, causing the monster to eat some little sunflower. Moreover, these people who were captured were all experts, powerful existences above the profound life realm. After being devoured by the monster, every time it attacked again, everyone could feel that the monster seemed to be a little more tyrannical. Everyone's heart was also incomparably anxious. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to stop this monster at all. Even if they broke the formation, they wouldn't be able to deal with this monster. At this time, they could only rely on those experts who were in the field of formations. Fortunately, the major forces were rich in experience in this aspect, and they had brought along masters of formations, boundary masters, and many other professions. Suddenly, in the void, they saw Yi Shiwen suddenly open his eyes. "I've finally found you." Yi Shiwen's gaze directly pointed at the backbone of the crowd, and then he shouted, "Get out of the way!" The people there immediately got out of the way. Then they saw Yi Shiwen's body emitting endless golden light. In the darkness, he looked like a golden god of war. He stomped his foot directly and turned into a golden shockwave that fiercely swept towards that place. Boom! Suddenly, there was an incomparably loud roar, and then everyone only saw an energy storm suddenly rising in the void, sweeping towards everyone. Then, suddenly, everyone only felt that their eyes lit up. Although it was still incomparably dark in front of them, their divine senses that were originally restrained were suddenly able to explore. At this time, everyone hurriedly explored with their divine senses, and immediately the situation of the entire cave was under their control. This cave was very large, at least thousands of square kilometers in size. On one side of the cave, there was a huge monster lying on the ground. Everyone saw that the monster's upper body was like a white werewolf skeleton, and its lower body was covered with flesh and blood. It was basically the lower body of a fierce wolf. Everyone suddenly understood that this was probably a bone demon formed after a werewolf expert died tragically here. The werewolf race was also one of the more famous races, occupying some worlds, and also had many masters. Everyone did not expect that the one who stopped them here was actually such a werewolf bone demon. However, more people suddenly locked their eyes on Yi Shiwen. They did not expect that Yi Shiwen actually had such research in the field of formations. In just a short time, he had actually cracked the mystery of this formation. Even the formation masters that they brought with them had no way to compare with Yi Shiwen. The faces of people like the people of Heavenly Cloud City were even more unsightly. The stronger Yi Shiwen was, the more difficult it was to deal with him. This was not good news for them. At this time, the werewolf bone demon seemed to also realize that the formation had been broken. It constantly growled in a low voice, and with a sudden stomp, it instantly disappeared into the air. Chapter 1889. Bang! The werewolf bone demon directly spread open its claws and directly knocked down a late profound life stage expert. After which, its claws directly grabbed the late profound life stage expert to death on the spot. After which, it directly tore the body into two and swallowed it with a single gulp. Following which, it swallowed another profound life stage expert. The flesh on its body increased by a bit, and its aura also strengthened by a bit. Everyone be careful. Don't let it continue its rampage. Every time it eats a person, its strength increases by a bit. We can't let it continue to grow stronger. At this moment, Someone finally saw through it and hastily shouted out. However, it was useless. Just as his voice rang out, a peak profound life stage expert was grabbed to death on the spot. In fact, he did not even have the time to react before he was swallowed by the werewolf bone demon. This incomparably bloody scene caused many people to feel a chill run down their spines. They might have thought that they would die in battle one day, but they had absolutely never thought that they would be eaten by a monster one day. Such a scene was extremely cruel, even for the people who had experienced hundreds of battles. What exactly is this thing? Yi Shiwen could not help but feel a chill run down his spine when he saw this scene. However, he had the enlightening heart ancient tree to calm his mind, allowing him to maintain his most calm state at all times. Even if it was a bone demon, it should not be this powerful. One must know that these were all profound life stage experts. Within the Xian world, they could not be considered as small characters. It could even be said that they were the true ruling class of the Xian world. The real big shots had very high statuses, and there were even peak profound life stage experts among them. However, they were actually torn to shreds in just a few moves. Ordinary bone demons would only be a threat if they had awakened the martial arts of their previous lives. However, this bone demon was different. It did not seem to have any martial arts to speak of. It could only rely on its tyrannical physical body and extremely fast speed to completely defeat these profound life stage experts. I know this werewolf bone demon was definitely a profound death stage expert when he was alive. That must be the case. Only a profound death stage expert would be this frightening. I'm afraid that he has just formed his consciousness not too long ago and has yet to awaken the martial arts from his previous life. At this moment, a knowledgeable person immediately identified the situation. Only then did everyone come to a sudden realization. If it was a profound death stage expert, then there was no mistaking it. Even without awakening the martial arts from his previous life, an ordinary peak profound life stage expert would not be able to deal with such an existence. Let's attack together. If we don't get rid of this evil creature, I'm afraid we won't have a chance to go any deeper. At this moment, Elder Lu flew up into the air, his robes fluttering in the wind. In his hand, a huge azure bead suddenly appeared. It directly swept out an astonishing blue divine light, blasting towards the werewolf bone demon. The werewolf skeletal demon still wanted to escape, but he did not expect that the astonishing blue divine light directly turned into a raging wave, instantly drowning out the space. No matter how fast the werewolf skeletal demon was, he was still deeply trapped in the wave, unable to escape even if he tried to. What kind of magic tool is this? It's so powerful. Yi Shiwen's eyes could not help but light up. The power of this bead was so great that the werewolf skeletal demon, which had caused everyone to have an incomparable headache, was almost instantly locked in place by this bead. Even he could not help but raise his eyebrows at such power. The werewolf skeletal demon did not show the slightest sign of weakness. Opening its bloody mouth, it directly spat out a huge yuan qi bullet, directly blasting towards Elder Lu with lightning speed. The azure bead on top of Elder Lu's head once again swept out a blue light, directly colliding with the yuan qi bullet. Rumble! An incomparably loud rumble resounded. Unexpectedly, the werewolf skeletal demon was trapped in the endless waves, causing its speed to greatly decrease. At this moment, even a person who had just entered the profound life stage would be able to see the werewolf skeletal demon's movement trajectory. All of a sudden, everyone felt much more relaxed, especially when they saw the azure bead on top of Elder Lu's head, causing them to start discussing spiritedly. That bead should be one of the 36 calming divine beads. TSK, this martial sect is indeed worthy of being the inheritance of an emperor. In terms of the number of divine weapons, it is far from what we can compare with. I have also heard of the fame of these 36 calming divine beads. When combined together, it would be a complete set of divine weapons. However, if used separately, it would still be at the level of a pseudo-divine weapon. It's very impressive. However, even if it's a pseudo-divine weapon, it is still very rare for us, other than a local tyrant inheritance like the Martial sect. How many would be so generous as to give a pseudo-divine weapon to an ordinary elder to use? However, it is precisely because of this that it truly shows that the Martial sect is also determined to obtain the inheritance of the Lord of the Dead spirits. I don't think so. The Martial sect is the least lacking in the inheritance of the undying powerhouses. Back then, there were many undying powerhouses under the command of Emperor Qin. Now, they have all become branches of the Martial sect and are flourishing. It must be said that they are not lacking in this. They naturally don't care about ordinary undying experts. However, the Lord of the Undead Spirits isn't an ordinary god. It's said that he's very close to becoming an emperor. Even among the gods, he's an existence that can run amok. Many people were exchanging what they knew, with Elder Lu's Sea Calming Divine bead holding the werewolf skeletal demon in place. Everyone immediately felt much better. Beast, die. 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 Many people also took this opportunity to launch their fiercest attacks. However, it was a pity that no matter how they attacked, even if they directly hit the werewolf skeletal demon, they had no way to truly harm it. This werewolf skeletal demon's body was as strong as steel. In fact, from the battle with it, just now, no one except Yi Shiwen could truly harm it. At this time, everyone saw the gap between them and Yi Shiwen. Just a moment ago, they were in a hurry, so they didn't notice it, but when they saw that they couldn't even move this werewolf bone demon, everyone realized that Yi Shiwen's fighting strength was really tyrannical and outrageous. Even such a monster had its finger bone cut off by him. Everyone clearly realized that the left and right hands of the werewolf skeletal demon were different. The left hand only had 5 fingers, while the right hand had 6. The missing one was cut off by Yi Shiwen's sword. The more the battle went on, the more anxious everyone became. Finally, someone shouted, "Yi Shiwen, what are you waiting for?" His words immediately woke Yi Shiwen up. He was thinking about something else just now. If the yin-yang life and death diagram was a divine tool, then the fragment of the yin-yang life and death diagram in his hands was definitely a pseudo-divine tool. Its grade was definitely not lower than this sea calming divine bead. However, although it was a pseudo-divine tool, how much power could be exerted depended on the individual's strength. If a powerful god obtained the yin-yang life and death diagram fragment, he would probably be able to exert power far beyond ordinary divine tools. It would be earth-shattering and destroy everything. He estimated that the emergence immortal exterminating saber's grade was probably not lower than the complete version of the yin-yang life and death diagram. However, he did not have the complete sacrificial refining method, so he could not really exert the full power. Even if he had the sacrificial refining method, it would be useless. His strength had not reached that level at all. It was impossible to fully exert the power of the emergence immortal exterminating saber. This was a peerless murderous weapon that had slaughtered immortals. Immortals were existences on the same level as gods and titled kings. In the myriad of worlds, there were many experts who had proven their Tao. Their methods and paths of proving their Tao were all different, and they were also called by different names. Some were called immortals, some are called gods, and some are called titled kings. However, they all had one fundamental similarity, and that was that they had transcended the control of life and death. Therefore, most people called them undying experts. When Yi Shiwen had just obtained the emergence immortal exterminating saber, he didn't know what kind of existence the immortals were. As his cultivation became more profound, his understanding of the world also became more profound. He also had a deeper understanding of the existence, like the immortals. Now that he thought about it, if it were not for the mysterious space, even if he encountered the remnant soul of the immortal in the emergence immortal exterminating saber, it would be enough to completely destroy him and make him die without a burial place. Now that he thought about it, he was still lucky at that time. As his cultivation became more and more vigorous, The power of the emergent's immortal exterminating saber in his hands also became more and more powerful. However, if he wanted to truly unleash the power of the emergent's immortal exterminating saber, it would only be possible when he had proven his Tao one day. In that short period of time, he thought of a lot of things. In his mind, many ideas were taking shape. His current situation was full of wisdom. Hearing the summon, Yi Shiwen did not hesitate. He was also worried about Yi Qianqian's situation, and he did not want to continue being entangled here. He grabbed towards the void, and a golden sword was directly formed. He took a step forward and instantly rushed into the monstrous waves formed by the calm sea divine pearl. He slashed the waves, and the sword aura broke a path. He directly rushed in. Clang! With a sound, his sword slashed on the shoulder of the werewolf skeletal demon, and one of the werewolf skeletal demon's arms was directly cut off on the spot. Although its bones were comparable to metal and stone, it was still nothing in the face of Yi Shiwen's attack. Without an arm, the ferocity of the werewolf skeletal demon was greatly reduced. It did not take long for it to be completely cut by Yi Shiwen. Chapter 1890. This werewolf skeletal demon was no match for Yi Shiwen. Although it might have been a profound death realm expert when it was alive, it had not awakened Shintong and Wuxue. Otherwise, everyone present would have been annihilated. After all, the profound life realm and profound death realm were two completely different concepts. Once a profound death realm expert attacked, death aura would fill the sky. The power was on a completely different level. After dealing with this werewolf bone demon, everyone finally cleared the obstacles in their way and began to rush towards the depths of the tomb. After this experience, everyone was much more vigilant. Although some troubles appeared from time to time along the way, under everyone's vigilance, not many people were killed or injured before they were completely cleaned up. Soon, everyone arrived at the end of the passageway. At the end of the passageway, there was a stone door that was thousands of feet wide and tens of thousands of feet long. Looking from afar, no one could tell where the end was. Everyone knew that this should not be the undead abyss. It was most likely merged into a subspace to create such a spectacular effect. Everyone could not help but admire the undead abyss. It was indeed worthy of being a famous deity in the past. The space was merged seamlessly. In fact, no one could find the connection point. For the people with profound cultivation, this was simply inconceivable. There were many traces carved on this door. Many strange and lifelike scenes were carved on the door. All kinds of dead spirit creatures were carved on it, forming a mighty army. It seemed as if they could come back to life at any time and then go on an expedition to a distant world. Many people were shocked. Just this door alone was unusually domineering. However, what made everyone feel a little strange was that the two people who had fought their way in had disappeared. It did not seem like they were blocked outside the door. Everyone was shocked by the sudden turn of events and did not know what to do. They did not know what was so strange about this door. As a powerful god, it was very possible that the Lord of the Undead Spirits had left behind some kind of hidden trump card. Suddenly, the entire door rumbled and moved. The dead spirit creatures that were originally carved on the stone door seemed to have been condensed by the laws. All of them came back to life and formed a mighty dead spirit army. Immediately, it swept towards everyone. Not good. These dead spirits have been revived by the laws. Someone shouted loudly. Suddenly, everyone entered into a state of battle. These undead creatures were too fast, and almost in an instant, they had already rushed into the crowd and started killing. Bang! Boom! Kill! For a time, all sorts of violent collisions and sounds of fighting could be heard, entangling everyone. The gate was still towering and unmoving, like a pillar that reached the heavens. It was so high that it could not be reached. Above the gate, there was a faint mist surrounding it. These dead spirit creatures were simply endless. The most frightening thing was that no matter how they were killed, these dead spirit creatures would quickly reform. This was because they didn't have a physical body. They were simply resurrected by a strange law and were used to guard the door. Although their strength wasn't very strong, their advantage was that they were immortal. They simply couldn't be cut down and killed all at once. Compared to them, the undead creatures outside were nothing at all. Only these undead creatures were truly immortal and unkillable. Everyone was horrified. The trump card left behind by the Necromancer Lord was simply too terrifying. If this were to continue, all of them would be annihilated here sooner or later, let alone coveting the inheritance of the Necromancer Lord. Break. At this time, Elder Lu's reaction was the fastest. Above his head, the incomparably huge ocean calming divine pearl constantly emitted azure rays of light, which turned into waves that filled the sky and swept out. The dead spirit creatures simply couldn't get close to it. It was directly swept away. Everyone was gathering in the direction of Elder Lu. Rumble. While everyone was fighting fiercely, they saw that the gate was slowly opening. It was unknown what kind of power was controlling it, but it was slowly opening. At this time, a figure directly flew out and directly flew towards the huge crack. Boundless flowing light supported his body and swept out a huge crack, blocking the undead spirit creatures behind him. It was none other than Chu Yin. Oh no, how did he go in first? Hurry up and leave, we'll block here. Although we can't clean it up in a short time, they won't be able to do anything to me. At this time, Elder Lu began to panic. For the martial arts sect, letting Chu Yin go in first was not good news. Okay, then I'll go in first. Qin Lai did not hesitate at all when doing things. He immediately took a step forward and turned into a flowing light, rushing in tyrannically. However, just as he entered, a figure entered at a speed faster than him. It was a man with the head of a bull and the body of a human. His whole body was covered with black hair, like a natural armor. His body carried a powerful aura that could suppress the heaven and earth, causing people to feel a sense of fear at the sight of him. Bullhead, damn it! Qin Lai cursed in his heart. However, he was still slightly slower than the bullhead, allowing him to directly pass through. Yi Shiwen was also a little stunned. When did such an expert hide in the crowd? They were completely unprepared. Moreover, this expert did not come from any of the major forces that he had seen previously. It was very likely that he was a lone ranger. However, it was such a lone ranger who could actually have such a strong cultivation. It was simply unbelievable. Yi Shiwen did not hesitate and immediately chased after him. He definitely could not let him get ahead of him again. He could give up on other things, but the tomb of the Lord of the Undead Spirits was related to the inheritance of the Lord of the Undead Spirits. It was related to the survival of the entire ancient Baron's continent. He definitely could not back off. Swoosh! In front of Yi Shiwen, another figure rushed in first. This person carried a cold and gloomy aura as he swept out a path and rushed in. Damn it! How many people are hiding in here? Many people instantly became vigilant. There were actually experts that they did not know about previously appearing one after another. All of them were existences at the peak of the profound life realm. Any one of them could easily defeat experts of the same realm. Immediately after, Yi Shiwen also rushed in. Behind him, the experts at the peak of the profound life realm from the various major forces also rushed in. They did not care about the others being entangled by the undead spirits and ferocious creatures. Everything was more important for the inheritance of the Lord of the Undead Spirits. However, as soon as they entered, they immediately saw an incomparably long river. It seemed as though it flowed from the end of the sky to the abyss of the earth. It was endless, and there was even yellow water in it. Yellow Springs water. Yi Shiwen immediately recalled that this was indeed the Yellow Springs water. The Yellow Springs water that he had seen on the 1,000 Demon Island back then paled in comparison to the Yellow Springs water here. It could even be said that the scale of the Yellow Springs water on the 1,000 Demon Island back then was not even 1/10 of the size here. It was vast and mighty. Above the Yellow Springs water, Everyone could clearly feel a powerful force that wanted to pull them down from the void and into the Yellow Springs River. With everyone's eyesight, they could practically see at a glance that there were powerful, resentful spirits roaring ferociously in the Yellow Springs River. They were waiting for everyone to fall in, and then they would devour them in one gulp. Several experts at the peak of the profound life realm were not on guard, and they were devoured by these resentful spirits on the spot. The Tauren who had taken the first step opened his mouth and spurted out a sky-covering wave of water, forming a huge water belt in the sky. He stepped on this water belt and directly rushed into the distance. Qinlai was not to be outdone. Lotus flowers appeared under his feet, and he resisted the pulling force of the Yellow Springs water as he flew into the void. His strength at the peak of the profound life realm was undoubtedly displayed. At this time, everyone displayed their magical powers to fight against the Yellow Springs River that covered the sky. They wanted to escape from this Yellow Springs River. Yi Shiwen also directly stepped on the yin-yang life and death diagram and flew into the air. In front of him, there was a figure that was full of yin energy. He stepped on a coffin and ran all the way. His speed was not much slower than Yi Shiwen and the others. When they reached the center, the entire Yellow Spring River suddenly split into countless waves. Within these waves, many yin soldiers clad in iron armor swept out from the ground and charged at them. Shattering Star Fist! Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. Then he conjured a universe and suppressed the iron-armored ghost soldiers that Ferlin had sent to the Underworld River. However, the number of these ghost soldiers didn't seem to be decreasing. They seemed to be endless. Yi Shiwen didn't know how many of them there were. Even with Yi Shiwen's strength, he could only protect himself. At this time, he couldn't care so much. He directly unfolded the storm wings behind him and launched the power of Storm Domain. It was impossible for any ghost soldier to approach him. He rushed all the way and wanted to cross the Yellow Springs River. Yi Shiwen didn't know how long he had been fighting. He only felt that he had been moving like this for a day and a night. Finally, he saw the end. He directly crossed the Yellow Springs River and came to an endless mountain range. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and mountains and rivers rose from the ground. It was majestic and spectacular. It didn't look like the outside, which made people shudder. On the contrary, it was like entering a paradise on earth. Everyone suddenly stopped in their tracks. They were a little confused and almost thought that they had entered the wrong place. Did we go to the wrong place? Why is the tomb of the Lord of Dead Spirit buried in such a place? Someone said loudly. Yes, everyone was a little confused. Chapter 1891. However, the crowd ruled out that possibility very quickly because there was only one path along the way. No matter what, it was impossible for them to take the wrong path. Moreover, the crowd saw the bull-headed man and the shadowy figure flying straight into the depths of the mountains without any hesitation. It was as if they had already expected such a scene. They flew straight into the depths of the mountains without a moment's pause. The crowd was a little hesitant. They had gone through such dangerous scenes, one after another. The dangers were within their expectations. After all, it was the tomb of the Lord of the Undead. How could it not be dangerous? If it weren't for the undead frenzy, they wouldn't have been able to rush in. However, such a peaceful scene made the crowd a little worried. However, since they were already here, they wouldn't be satisfied if they didn't find out what was going on. Moreover, the loud roars of the battle in front of them pointed them in the right direction. The crowd hurriedly leaped and followed. They passed through the mountains and came to a huge valley. Although it was called a valley, it was actually thousands of miles wide. It wouldn't be wrong to call it a plain. There was a huge stone tablet floating in the sky above the valley. The stone tablet was written in a language that the crowd had never seen before. 4 big words were written on it: Land of Inheritance. Although the words were written in a language that the crowd had never seen before, the person who wrote the words had used Tao language to instill the meaning into the words. Even those who were illiterate would know the meaning of the words when they saw them. The crowd was ecstatic. They had finally arrived at the land of inheritance. The inheritance of the Lord of the Undead was right in front of them. It was finally here. The crowd was excited all of a sudden. At the same time, they were on guard. They had been helping each other through the Yellow Springs. But now, they had become real opponents. At this moment, June Dingtian and Yi Qianshan, who had entered earlier, were also there. However, they were standing opposite each other in front of the stone tablet. The powerful aura that they exuded was extremely frightening. At this moment, no one was paying attention to the two of them. Everyone's attention was attracted by the stone tablet. However, after searching for a while, he couldn't find the location of the inheritance at all. There were only the words "Land of Inheritance" written in empty space. Apart from that, there were no other clues. Yi Shiwen was also looking for clues about the legendary inheritance of the undead spirit lord. At this moment, he didn't rashly go forward to talk to Yi Qianshan. However, his divine senses were firmly locked in that direction. He could help Yi Qianshan at any time. Suddenly, an endless amount of death qi rapidly gathered in the void, condensing into a huge figure in the air, a figure that emitted an earth-shattering aura. The Lord of Undead Spirits. These words suddenly popped up in everyone's minds. Who else could appear here at this time other than the Death Master? Could it be that the Lord of the Dead Spirits is actually not dead? That's impossible. If he didn't die, then with his abilities, the entire profound world would have suffered a calamity. No, he's definitely dead. This is just a remnant of his soul that he left behind. Even though everyone had already figured out that the thing in front of them might only be the remnant of the Lord of the Dead Spirits, they still couldn't help but tremble at this moment. Even if such a powerhouse was only left with a remnant of his soul, they still wouldn't be able to contend against him. This kind of danger was already within their expectations. How could the inheritance of a deity be obtained so easily? A disdainful smile appeared on the face of the Lord of the Dead Spirits. He looked at everyone as if they were a group of ants and mocked them for overestimating themselves. Suddenly he opened his mouth and spoke in a hoarse and unpleasant voice. "If you want my inheritance, then come." As he spoke, he waved his hand and 5 light pillars suddenly fell from the void. These 5 light pillars emitted a mysterious aura and were actually formed by the condensation of countless laws. Everyone instantly went crazy. These 5 light pillars definitely represented the inheritance of the Lord of the Dead Spirits. Although they didn't know which one or all 5 of them were, they couldn't care less at this time. In an instant, everyone turned into streaks of afterimages and flew towards the 5 light pillars. No, there's something wrong with those 5 light pillars. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen felt his heart skip a beat. A premonition of danger instantly rushed into his mind, causing him to hesitate. For a person of his cultivation, such a premonition would definitely not come out of nowhere. There must be a reason for it. There must be something that he had missed out on, and these were the fatal flaws that could kill him. He stopped. At this moment, he realized that whether it was Yi Qianshan, June Dingtian the Tauren, or the figure covered in corpse aura, none of them moved. They merely watched coldly as the crowd rushed towards the 5 light pillars. Halfway through, Qin Lai also realized that something was wrong. Seeing that the opponents that he was most concerned about had not moved, he immediately realized that something was wrong. "People of the martial sect, stop! Don't rush in," Qin Lai quickly shouted. However, it was too late. Only half of the people barely stopped, while the rest could not even stop in time. Some of them even pretended not to hear Qin Lai's shout. The inheritance of the Lord of the Dead Spirits was too tempting. Although there were some people who realized that something was wrong, only a few of them did. Most of them had already turned red with greed and could not care less. Ah! 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 Waves of screams could be heard. The people who had rushed in first were all obliterated by the 5 light pillars. Not even their ashes were left, and they disappeared without a trace in an instant. The remaining survivors were immediately shocked, as if they were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the final result would be like this. No one had expected that the inheritance of the Lord of the Dead Spirits that they had been searching for would end up like this. It was an almost meaningless death. They looked at the remnant soul of the Lord of the Dead Spirits in the sky and saw that there was still a hint of mockery on his face. At this moment, everyone understood that they had been completely mocked by the Lord of Undead Spirits. They had been mocked by such a great existence. Even though they were only remnants of their souls, they were nothing more than a bunch of pitiful ants in his eyes. He had merely been playing a prank on these ants. The price of the joke was that most of these ants had been instantly annihilated. This was a god. Perhaps they could be considered the group of people who were the closest to a god. However, if they did not cross that threshold, they would forever be ants. They were creatures on a completely different level from a god. It was just like humans and ants. Even an ordinary person who did not have the strength to truss a chicken could trample countless ants to death with a single step. There was no suspense at all. At this moment, Yi Shiwen could only feel his back drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, he finally understood why he had felt so uneasy earlier on. Suddenly, in the sky, the Lord of the Dead Spirits waved his hand again after mocking these foolish ants. An even bigger light beam pierced through the sky and descended red. He had a mocking look on his face as he looked at these greedy ants who wanted to obtain his inheritance. It was as if he was saying, "Do you still dare to come forward?" Indeed, after what had happened earlier on, everyone seemed to have been frightened. They no longer dashed forward blindly and crazily like before. After all, although the inheritance of the Lord of the Dead Spirits was great, they had to be alive to enjoy it. If not for what had happened earlier on, they would not have been able to feel how terrifying God was. He was temperamental. It seemed as if he did not need a reason to do such things. He did whatever he wanted to do and did it whenever he felt like it. This was the true lawless, peerless powerhouse. None of the so-called lawless people that they had seen in the past could be compared to the Lord of the Dead Spirits. Others needed a reason to kill, but he did not need one to kill. However, just when everyone was hesitating, Jun Dingtian, who had been as steady as a mountain, suddenly moved. Endless sword light appeared under his feet, and he instantly flew towards the huge light beam. At the same time, an azure blue sword light came across the sky and blocked in front of Jun Dingtian. It was Yi Qianqian who had made a move. She was covered in ice and snow like an ice goddess. With a casual move, the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. Yi Shiwen had been paying close attention to the Taoren and the corpse-like silhouette, and both of them had also started to move. Although he did not know what they had discovered, Yi Shiwen knew that this time he should not be wrong. He also discovered that the remnant soul of the Lord of the Dead Spirits in the sky seemed to have exhausted its last bit of energy and dissipated in the sky bit by bit. Boom! 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 A series of earth-shattering explosions caused the entire sky to plunge into chaos, as if it had completely collapsed. The four of them fought fiercely in the void. All of them wanted to go in, but none of them would let the other go in. At this time, how could the remaining people not understand that this time the real inheritance had appeared? It was not like before, where the Lord of the Dead Spirits was purely toying with them. Everyone rushed over in succession. Although a wave of people had already been swept away, there were still dozens of people remaining. Dozens of peak profound life stage experts rushed over, causing the scene to be incomparably grand. Get lost. The Tauren roared furiously and directly tore apart an unknown profound life realm expert. It was incomparably cruel. Chapter 1892. The strength of these few people was obviously above everyone else. They were all at the peak profound life realm. They were like kings. If others were to be careless, they would die a horrible death. The strength of a king at the peak of the profound life stage far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. In fact, many people were wondering whether they could contend against a profound death stage expert. No one knew whether they could contend against a profound death stage expert. However, from their point of view, at the very least, massacring them would not be a problem. In this chaotic battle, no one was able to break through the encirclement of these 4 people. Once they got close to the beam of light, they would be killed by any one of the 4 people. They were not given any chance to get close at all. They had taken the risk to come here for the inheritance of the dead spirit lord. How could they allow others to get it? Especially in this situation where they were only 1 step away, it was even more impossible for others to get it. In particular, the battle between Yi Qianqian and Jun Dingtian had reached a white-hot stage. They did not give way to each other and did not give the other a chance to get close to the light pillar. Yi Shiwen realized that Yi Qianqian's strength had improved to a terrifying level after not seeing her for more than 100 years. Jun Dingtian was the reincarnation of a deity. His cultivation was at the peak and he advanced rapidly. There was almost no realm barrier to speak of. However, he could not suppress Yi Qianqian. She was even stronger than Yi Shiwen before he had condensed his martial arts incarnation. At this time, everyone slowly retreated from the chaotic battle. Such an intense battle was too chaotic. In just a short period of time, more than a dozen peak profound life realm experts had fallen. In the profound world, it was impossible to see too many of them. The fall of any one of them could shake a colossus in an instant, not to mention losing more than a dozen of them in one go. They were already prepared to not be able to return after choosing to come here. In fact, the forces behind them were already prepared to suffer great losses. After all, they were willing to lose twice as many people as they wanted to obtain the inheritance of the undead spirit lord. After all, there was nothing more tempting than the inheritance of the undead spirit lord. Even so, they could not simply throw away their lives. They could see that as long as the 4 people were still fighting, they would not stand a chance. Although the battle between the 4 of them was very intense, they seemed to have a tacit understanding and would not give others a chance to get close. They could only retreat to the side and slowly wait for an opportunity to see if there would be another one in the future. Damn it! Qin Lai looked at the 4 people fighting and involuntarily clenched his fists. Although they were all at the peak of the profound life stage, he was clearly not on the same level as the 4 of them. At the very least, it was impossible for him to contend against the 4 of them. Hence, he could only watch helplessly. Naturally, he was extremely unwilling. Boom! 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 In the void, the battle between the 4 of them caused the entire world to collapse. Other than the place where the beam of light was, the space in the other places had all collapsed, forming a huge space turbulence that overflowed in all directions. Originally, Yi Qianqian and Jun Dingtian were fighting tit for tat, and the other 2 had joined in. Now, it had become a chaotic battle between the 4 of them, and no one was willing to let the other have a chance to touch the beam of light. At this moment, Jun Dingtian suddenly spoke, gritting his teeth as he looked at Yi Qianqian and said, "Fellow brothers, let's join forces and kill this bitch first. After that, we will decide the winner. What do you think?" If it were not for Yi Qianqian, he would have already obtained the inheritance of the Lord of the Dead Spirits. He would not have needed to go through so much trouble. Ha ha ha, that's exactly what I want. It's such a pity to fight and kill such a beauty. You might as well become my concubine. The Minotaur agreed loudly, and there was a hint of lust in his eyes. This was a demon clan giant, a real demon king. No one knew what race he was from, but he was extremely strong. He could trample people to death with his war stomp, and his attacks were bold and powerful, sweeping through the void. All right. The other figure, who was surrounded by corpse energy, did not have any objections and only responded coldly. In any case, if there were 4 of them, they would have a smaller chance of winning. Since they could eliminate one of them first, it would be for the best as long as it was not them. Eliminating one of them first was in the interest of all of them. Yi Qianqian's pretty face turned cold, and she immediately realized that the situation was not good. She was not afraid of facing any one of them, but if she had to face 3 of them, the result was completely predictable. Immeasurable swordsmanship. Jun Dingtian let out a long roar and took the lead in attacking Yi Qianqian. The long sword in his hand blossomed into a huge sword flower, and in an instant he was already in front of Yi Qianqian. He was full of confidence that he had formed an alliance with these 2 people, and he wanted to get rid of the enemy who had been going against him first. Even if he did not get the inheritance of the Lord of the Undead this time, it would be worth it as long as he could get rid of this enemy. Moreover, he was the reincarnation of a deity, and as his memory continued to awaken, he would have a higher chance of proving his Tao in the future. Obtaining the inheritance of the Lord of the Undead would only speed up the process. To him, getting rid of Yi Qianqian was more important. The snow jade sword in Yi Qianqian's hand also began to hum, and in an instant it began to dance, forming an incomparably huge ice dragon. It roared towards the sky and directly rushed towards the blossoming sword flowers. Wherever the ice dragon passed, the world turned into a world of ice and snow. The air began to freeze, and even the space was frozen by the cold air. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and the 2 peerless sword radiants collided in the void, forming a huge ball, and expanded in all directions. Both sides were almost equal, and it was impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. However, at this time the sound of a bull's moo was heard, and then a huge hoof descended from the sky, as if revealing the true body of the Dharma Laksana. It crushed the space and directly trampled in Yi Qianqian's direction. Beauty, receive a war trample from this king. Ha ha ha. The sky was filled with the arrogant laughter of the bull. Yi Qianqian's expression became even colder, but she did not panic. She directly pulled back the snow jade sword and directly waved it. In the sky, countless cold air began to condense, forming layers of ice crystals in the sky to block the war trample. Bang! 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 There was a violent fluctuation in the void, and then the layers of ice crystals were directly crushed on the spot, and the huge hoof directly trampled down. Boom! The hoof of the bull trampled in the void, shattering the vast sky. At the critical moment, Yi Qianqian used the time bought by the ice crystals to avoid this fatal step. At this moment, before she could even catch her breath, she saw an incomparably huge chain leaping out of the void. It was as if it was locked in the void. Like a poisonous dragon, it leaped towards Yi Qianqian's chest, wanting to pierce through her. In the air, the figure of the man, shrouded in corpse qi, was faintly discernible. Behind the endless corpse qi, there was a pair of extremely cold eyes, cold and emotionless, as if he saw all living beings as ants. Yi Qianqian did not have time to react, and could only block with the snow jade sword in front of her. Clang! There was an earth-shattering loud noise, and a terrifying force as heavy as a mountain rippled directly. Yi Qianqian was hit directly, and her entire body was like a kite with a broken string. She flew backward like a meteor, and her pretty face was blood-red. She was injured by the shock from the distance. There was also a look of horror in her eyes. At her level of cultivation, she could be said to be omnipotent, and her physical body was naturally very strong. Just the huge force alone could hurt her. Although it was only a minor injury, it was enough to show how terrifying this man, shrouded in corpse qi, was. His strength was probably even stronger than that of the bull. Yi Qianqian, this is the end. This time, I won't give you the slightest chance to reincarnate. Die! Jun Dingtian said with a ferocious look on his face. He let out a deafening roar, bringing with it an earth-shattering sword principle and a massive amount of sword principle law. It came crashing down like a monstrous wave. Oh no! Yi Qianqian immediately knew that things were not going well. Jun Dingtian's Tianji society had grasped the perfect timing, and he actually attacked at this moment. There was no way for her to dodge, and she did not even have time to block. She gritted her teeth, and at this time, she could only choose to resist. Although she might be seriously injured, There was no other way. Just when she closed her eyes, suddenly, she saw a golden sword light falling from the sky. An earth-shattering sword essence turned into a golden sword, cutting through the sky, and headed straight for June Dingtian. If June Dingtian insisted on killing Yi Qianshan, he would also be seriously injured. Almost in an instant, he had already made a decision. He turned around and narrowly avoided the attack of the golden sword. When he came back to his senses, he saw a green figure in front of Yi Qianshan, protecting her. He couldn't help but grit his teeth when he saw that figure. Yi Shiwen. These two people were like his nemesis. In the end, the devil's summoning banner of the Lord of Darkness didn't fall into his hands. It must have been obtained by Yi Shiwen. He couldn't think of anyone else who could snatch it from Yi Shiwen's hands. It could be said that when enemies met, their eyes would burn with hatred. Yi Qianshan was also shocked. That green figure was too familiar. In an instant, she didn't know why, but her nose turned sour and her eyes started to tear up.